Hello, everybody, and welcome to the No Lux Given stream. I am gonna play some Modern here with CoCo Remedies. Again, the only change that I would make to this deck if I played it in paper currently, I don't know. I'm testing out the Anafenza right now. There's been more than a few times where I've wanted this main deck Spellskite, and maybe that's just because I'm not used to not having it. But you know what? I think I'm gonna go and put the Spellskite back in the main deck. I could also put Voice of Resurgence back in the main deck. Well, what have I been losing to? I've been losing to Walking Ballista a hell of a lot, and Spellskite helps in that regard. Yeah, I think I want to put Spellskite in the main deck, and what I had before was just a Voice of Resurgence. This means I can't turn my infinite life combo into an infinite damage combo like immediately. Requires a little bit more setup. Part of the point of Anafenza is that if I have Viscera Seer, Vizier, Kitchen Finks, I can scry, tutor up and cast an Anafenza, and then I've got infinitely large creatures on the battlefield. So this is a little slower against some decks, and does make me weaker to something like a deck playing All Is Dust, which we've played against before. But there's been, just a few times that I've wanted the Spellskite in the main deck against Lightning Bolt decks, making a small Resurgence, the Walking Ballistas for the Mirror match. Though Anafenza's pretty good in the Mirror match too. You know what? Now I'm gonna play. Let's do one more with Anafenza and Spellskite in the board, and then the other change could also play this Anafenza. This is a sweet one, and something like this could also be solid in the Mirror match. And against something like Living End. The only problem against something like Living End is that this doesn't, it comes out on turn 2 or turn 3, so it's sometimes a little bit slow. It's a pretty good card, though. The only other change, though, is one of these Razor Verge thickets should be a Horizon Canopy. I just don't feel like buying another Horizon Canopy online. Sometimes my friend is online to lend me one, but not today. So let's go into this competitive 5-match Modern League. Started up here. And going to try to get in 2 Modern Leagues today. We'll see how much we have time for. And let me also find some music here just to play that in the background on YouTube. YouTube.com. Don't like using Spotify music because a lot of that music is just blocked on YouTube completely, which means I won't get to upload it afterwards. So, no Chance and Kanye. Unfortunately, we are on the draw. We've got a hand with no green mana, so we will mulligan. Our opponent's kept 7. If this draw hits a land off the scry, it probably wins. That's pretty risky. But I have a draw for turn, a scry, and then another draw for turn. So I've got 3 shots to hit any land. And even if I have to wait one more turn, I think we're okay. Alright, I'm going to keep this on top and thank my lucky stars that I was able to get there. Opponent has Forest Search for tomorrow. Alright, looks like our hand is probably going to be decent against that deck. This hand's a little bit quick, which should be good. What do we want to do here? Starting off the game with the greediest keep ever. Yeah, let's just go Temple Garden. So that way we don't have to shock ourselves next turn. Staying at 19 as opposed to 18 against Scapeshift Valakut decks is actually a pretty big difference. Alright, Farseek for a Stomping Ground. Mainly, again, just hoping that they don't have the Lightning Bolt for a turn. It's going to give us decent, really decent odds at trying to hit a Walking Ballista or a Duskwatch Recruiter here. Alright. We should be able to win next turn if my opponent does not have a Lightning Bolt. And now you'll see why I really like trying to combo like this. So we'll see how good that can be for us. No Anger of the Gods either. It's pretty bold for an opponent to Anger of the Gods a singleton Devoted Druid. This is 4 mana for a Chandra, and is Chandra going to kill Druid? I would have to imagine so. Yep. Okay. But that pretty much deals with Chandra. So now we need to hope my opponent doesn't have a Primeval Titan for the next turn, and we're just going to run out another Devoted Druid. Chandra's going to get to tick up and try to find a Primeval Titan or a land to help complete the combo. So don't get me wrong, this card's very good here. It can also give my opponent just the 6th mana by ticking up with the 2nd ability so that they can cast Prime Time. So, I don't know, but the tick up of add 2 red mana, that is not nearly as good as the just my opponent playing a land here. Are we going to see an Anger? No. No Anger. Looks like a Primeval. Yeah. Alright, so we got a Prime Time. It can fetch like Valakut Mountain or Mountain Mountain. But either way, that doesn't kill the Devoted Druid. Prismatic Omen. Wow, okay, Prismatic Omen plus the mana from Chandra. But is that enough mana? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it doesn't look like it. But now, just a ramp spell, like just a Search for Tomorrow or something, might be good enough. Alright, so yeah, Sakura Tribe Elder can kill my Devoted Druid here because my opponent now has 5 mountains. That's probably going to be what happens. Opponent's going to fetch, doesn't matter, Basic Forest or Basic Mountain. And then, yeah, kill my Devoted Druid. Okay. Not great. I'm going to keep this fetch land untapped because I'd like to try to cast a CoCo end of turn. Alright, well if that's the case, we are going to go down to 18 here, and yeah, let's just grab a Forest, and I should have grabbed a Plains actually, but it's not a huge deal. So now my opponent's got a lot of mana at their disposal. Here comes a Primeval Titan that's going to fetch 2 Valakuts, and my opponent will have a total of 6 triggers. 6 times 3 is 18. They can point them all at my face, and we lose. Alright, so Reclamation Sage is an interesting one against the Prismatic Omen. It does kind of slow them down a little bit. It would have saved us a turn there. It wouldn't have won us the game still, but would have saved us a turn. We don't need Anafenza. We could use Aven Mind Sensor. I want to keep in 2 Path to Exiles. We could play Abrupt Decay. I don't love it. I do decently like Spellskite and Selfless Spirit mostly to protect the Aven Mind Sensor. We don't need Scavenging Ooze. I think we can trim on probably 2 Kitchen Finks, actually probably more, looking at all this. What do I normally cut? Do I cut the Walking Ballista against this deck? It seems somewhat good still. And then we also definitely want Tide Hollow Sculler and Sin Collector to try to take their combo pieces. So we know we want all these ones. We don't necessarily need Reclamation Sage, but it's still pretty good. Alright. What else could we do? We could trim on 1 Vizier, though. I like being able to combo quickly against my opponent. We definitely want all of these chords and all of our mana dudes, because getting out Aven Mind Sensor as soon as possible is the best thing possible. So how else do we want to play this here? We don't need to bring anything else in, right? Yeah, no Stony. We're only going to play 2 paths. Guess another Kitchen Finks needs to get cut. Really don't like cutting birds. Has to be a Chord or a CoCo, I suppose. Or this Reclamation Sage, and we just say fuck it on Reclamation Sage. No. Guess I cut Viscerous here? I'm not really sure. Alright, I'm gonna say fuck it on Reclamation Sage for this game. Let's be on the play. Sure. Hand with a turn 3 combo again. Opponent's going to need a Lightning Bolt. We're gonna race Anger of the Gods. So they need exactly Lightning Bolt to not lose. What I'm actually going to do here is dump my entire hand turn 2. The reason for that is I want, if my opponent has a Lightning Bolt and an Anger of the Gods, well, never mind. Now we can play around Lightning Bolt for just 1 more turn, but that opens us up into Anger. That's a really tricky one. That's a really tricky one. I think I'm just going to play around Anger and play into Lightning Bolt here. I think the deck just by the numbers is more likely to have a Lightning Bolt. So the other thing that I'm doing here is playing into an Anger. This way, if my opponent has both of them, maybe they will be a little bit persuaded into not casting Lightning Bolt so that they can cast an Anger on the following turn. Alright, no Lightning Bolt. So they'd have to bolt this in response. Let's play Selfless Spirit first. Make our opponent respond to this. Perfect. The fact that my opponent was just willing to concede to infinite mana and not even a mana sink is pretty good for us. Maybe they could just tell with the confidence that I cast those cards what was up. Probably didn't need to do that. I mean, we had it, so, you know, good for us. But they didn't really need to do that. Speaking of need, do we need our other combo? Well, our opponent showed us a willingness to concede, which I think is a very important thing to get a read on from your opponent on Magic Online specifically. Does that mean we want another Kitchen Finks and to cut something like Eternal Witness? Not sure. Eternal Witness is a better combo piece for the infinite damage combo, which is just straight up a better, easier combo to assemble. In that you can go turn 2 Devoted Druid, turn 3 Chord for Vizier, Eternal Witness, back the Chord for Duskwatch, and then Duskwatch and kill with Walking Ballista. Let's just roll with the same thing. Devoted Druid, mana dudes. We're gonna have the mana to cast anything we draw. But we really, really need to draw something. And I'm going to keep. This is the match of interesting keeps, right? So I'm going to keep something, and we're going to die horribly to Anger of the Gods on the play. Alright, so what we really want is like a Court of Calling, or not a... Yeah, Court of Calling would work too, but Collected Company is what I meant. Oh god, more Noble Hierarchs. Alright, let's run out my birdsies. I'll do birds first and Hierarchs later. Okay, and Bolt the Bird? No, Lacage. Alright, well... Reclamation Sage would be good. This means Court of Calling is now completely shut off, but Collected Company is still a live draw. Let's just dump our dudes out onto the board because we want to play a big Walking Ballista eventually here. Actually, let's turn off auto yields. Lightning Bolt on Devoted Druid. Sweet, that means I am not really afeared of Anger here. Or they just have an Anger and just didn't want to die to the combo. Let's find out, eh? Tidehollow Sculler, we can take anything, but most importantly, we have to take whatever interacts with our creatures, so... Engineered Explosives, kind of, we have to take here. This will leave our opponent with just Scapeshift, Primeval Titan, and nothing else to do. However, if we take Primeval Titan, my opponent just casts Engineered Explosives and gets it back. But they would also have the ability to just blow up our Noble Hierarch. So let's take Engineered Explosives, because it does kind of wreck our hand here. Let's pay 2 life, yes. And then let's try to race my opponent with a bunch of Exalted triggers here. So we swing for 4 this turn, or sorry, 2 this turn, 4 next turn. And my opponent has got not that much going on here. Court of Calling is the only bad card in our deck, with Collected Company still being a great draw. My plan is to cast a big Ballista this turn. Oh, that's a pretty good draw, too. So let's go Noble Hierarch here. Then we'll cast a Ballista for X equals 3, after smacking for 5 now. And that Engineered Explosives underneath this Tidehollow Sculler, looking real good. Looking real good right now. Alright, let's tap out to cast this bad boy. Alright, X equals 3. Should be able to race my opponent here. We now get to swing for 6 and then 9. What do we have here? We've got a Search for Tomorrow, which will set up a next turn Primeval Titan. Okay, we got a game, boys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How much is 7? 7 lands is 18 damage. Oh, we got a really real game here then. Yeah, I'm gonna hit my opponent for 6 here. Gavany Township might have won us the game that turn. I think it would have, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. Alright, Gavany Township would have won us the game, but short of that, our draws weren't super live. We need our opponent to not draw a land here, or we might actually just lose. Alright, so it looks like it's Primeval Titan. My opponent is then going to have 2 Valakut triggers. So these Valakut triggers are probably going to go at Tide Hollow Scholar and Walking Ballista. Walking Ballista is a 6/6 creature, so it's kind of tricky. Oh, this is 4 triggers? Oh, that's much, much worse for us. Alright. Let's see where all these triggers are going. Birds of Paradise, Tide Hollow Scholar, Walking Ballista. Alrighty. Yep. Birds is down. Oh, wait. What am I doing? Shoot, I could have activated Walking Ballista. I totally forgot about the other ability of it. Wow, I'm really bad. Wait, did I miss lethal? Oh, I'm so bad. I might have just completely blown the game. Alright, well, Walking Ballista is going to survive here. It should have another +1/+1 counter on it. I don't know what I was thinking. I already had a mana sink. I forgot how good all this mana was. Alright, so now I can swing with my 7/7. My opponent's got a chump block with Primeval Titan, but then they're just going to be able to sacrifice their board to Scape Shift and throw infinite Valakut triggers at us. Yep. Alright, well. That was pretty terrible. Can we play Duskwatch, activate it? That doesn't. It only gives us 2 more mana. What can we do with 2 more mana? Yeah, so chump block with Primeval Titan. But if I had pumped it up, wow, if I had just pumped it up main phase last turn, that would mean my opponent would be at 5 right now. Wait, no, it was just lethal last turn. Oh, that's so embarrassing. That's pretty horrible. Alright, well, learn from my mistakes then. I can't even find a Sin Collector or anything here. Don't know what I'm looking for, really. Fulminator Mage would have been sweet, but we're a mana short. Day late and a mana short. Alright, let's just grab a Vizier. And let's just cast it. And let's just lose the game. Alright, well. No clue why I just forgot Walking Ballista had another ability halfway through that game. But that's what happened. I just forgot that Walking Ballista had the ability to put counters on it. So my opponent's got another Primeval Titan here. They can go get 2 mountains. That's going to give them 6 triggers. And if they just point all 6 triggers at my face, we are dead. Stomping Ground, Stomping Ground. We'll make them do it. But it's pretty elementary here. Yeah, targeting no Lux given, targeting no Lux given. That'll do it. We got a free win in there, but even that wasn't good enough to carry me. Because I'm garbage. But you live and you learn, right? Yeah, so what should have happened there was I should have pumped the ballista main phase. It would have been an 8-8 and hit my opponent down to 5. And then I could have just sacked all the counters from it and killed my opponent. Yes, we'll be on the play. Do we want to keep a hand with just Devoted Druid and mana, this time with a Gavany Township? I'll keep. A lot of black mana in this hand, but still a decently solid hand. Let's play Birds of Paradise. Next turn, we'll just play Devoted Druid, Noble Hierarch. We could still draw Runner, or we could just draw a Collected Company, and that could give us a turn 3 win. A Collected Company into Vizier Eternal Witness is pretty insane. Alright, and we're playing against... Not sure. Could just be a blue-white deck with Prairie Stream. I've said this a few times already, but I think that the lands here are going to prove to be very, very powerful in this format, and are going to see much more play than I think people realize right now. Can't play them in just any old deck, but they're really insane, obviously, in a Valakut deck. And I think blue-white control or Esper control, something like that, can make use of them as well. You do always want to hit your land drops in these control decks, so they're not super imperative, but still the ability to cycle them does lend to them being pretty powerful. Can't imagine we're ever going to see the Horizon Canopy cycle get completed. That cycle does seem, I think, a little bit too powerful, but they're pretty close. Okay, so we're actually playing against like a Banned Company deck here. I could activate Gavany this turn. Where does that leave me? 1, 2, 3, 4 mana. Then I can activate Devoted Druid again. Alright, yeah, so here's what we're going to do. My opponent might think that this is scarier than it looks, because it looks a little scary here. But we are just kind of dirtling. So now that we put the Gavany Township counter on Devoted Druid, that's going to be a reset for it. We can untap it again. Oh, I should have played one of these Noble Hierarchs pre-Gavany. That was silly. So I lost out on one Noble Hierarch being slightly bigger. It's not going to matter this turn, but it could definitely matter in the future. And now I swing for 4 in the air with Birds of Paradise. That's a pretty big bird for a turn 3 swing. Smacking for 4. Gotta hope my opponent doesn't have an Engineered Explosives now, but short of that, we've got kind of a clock here. I can just sink my mana into Gavany, hit my opponent for 5, 6, 7, and that could be enough, you know? Just some incremental damage. Hit them for 5 down to 11, 6 down to 5, and then 7 down to -2. Amiria the Sky Ruin. This land is super cool. Definitely means my opponent is playing Knight of the Reliquary in their deck, but it also means my opponent's got some super funky stuff going on, but I appreciate that. We're going to take 3 damage here from my opponent's Qasali Pride Mage after they declare attackers. They decide not to, actually, because us activating our Gavany would then let me swing with all of these Noble Hierarchs, so they'd be hemorrhaging more damage than it would be saving them. We are just going to go Godless Shrine, no pay, swing with Birds of Paradise, and activate Gavany Township. Looks like we are seeing a Path to Exile or something here. Path to Exile on Birds of Paradise. Sounds like a reasonable trade. We are potentially now going to miss out on... What do we need more? Green or white mana? Guess we need a little bit more of both, but we're kind of okay at the same time. Let's just grab some green mana. Then let's go here, let's say, activate Gavany with this. Okay. Now my opponent will have Collected Company mana open. So it's a little bit dangerous. Samiria is seeming super crazy, though. So I don't know if I'm, like, not actually understanding what my opponent's deck is doing. They could just cast Wrath of God here. Though they wouldn't have pathed us if they're going to Wrath us. We can trade a Noble Hierarch for a Qasali Pride Mage. It seems like a fine trade, but we're just going to get better ones in the coming turns, so I'm not going to worry about it. We're going to save our big Noble Hierarch, and that'll let us to crash for a little bit more damage here. We get to swing for 6 on this next turn. Detention Sphere. Oh, brutal. Wow. Then why did my opponent offer this trade? That's insane. Alright. Yeah, nothing I can do. See you, Noble Hierarchs. You're gone forever. I'll see you next game. Thank you, Karuja Ninja. Appreciate it, man. We can still do some insane things if we draw like a Collected Company or even just a Vizier. I will settle for. Let's say no. Let's say activate. And let's start attacking for 1. We do still, believe it or not, win this race. Obviously, my opponent's got 5 cards in hand now to our 0. But still feeling slightly okay. I also have no idea what my opponent's deck is. Probably shouldn't auto-yield. Just in case my opponent has another Detention Sphere. Nope, just a Rallier, returning a fetch land. That's fine. That's going to let them ramp and put them one step closer to Ameria, the Sky Ruin, but still not super concerned. Now are we going to see a Detention Sphere? That'd be pretty sweet. Or they could play another Rallier even, too. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Rallier. Just kind of going off here. Yeah, that's pretty good as far as getting one step closer to Ameria. Don't really want to give my opponent the double block, so I'm not going to attack next turn, but we are going to stop a lot of their attacks just by hanging back here. I need to crack Verdant Catacombs for a white mana, unfortunately. So a little bit punished for not finding that basic plains. I wasn't expecting all my Noble Hierarchs to go bye-bye. And actually, I'm not super punished because I do still need green mana for the other cards here, too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This needs 7 plains till they can start essentially just getting a... What trigger is that? It's a... forget what creature this is. Alright, so I'm going to crack Verdant Catacombs. I'm going to take 3 damage here off my mana, unfortunately, to go and grab a Temple Garden untapped. But then we're going to block here, and pump our team. So this puts us down to 6. But we killed off 2 of their creatures. Okay. And it just happened. So yeah, we took some damage there from that, but I don't think a huge deal overall. Let's draw a card off Canopy. See what we can get. Maybe a 2-drop will be good. Gavany Township. That's reasonable. What we can start doing now is we can Gavany, swing and hit my opponent for a bunch of damage. And then, thank you, Al Ninja. We can hit my opponent for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, put them down to 6, and then if they attack with Rallier, I untap Devoted Druid and block. So let's do that here. We'll represent Path to Exile because we don't have it. There are probably things that we're dead to, but my opponent hasn't shown us any red mana. My opponent's also in a pretty awkward spot if they want to crack this Windswept Heath, because every point of damage is starting to matter here. Alright, so while we're still in the Declare Attacker's step, I'm going to untap Devoted Druid, making it a 2/4. And then I'm going to move to blocks and eat their guy. And now are we going to see a Wrath of God? Green, green, blue, white. Green, white. If we see double white, then it's a Wrath of God. Alright. Yeah, Supreme Verdict. Alright, there we go. They just can't tap both of their forests for Supreme Verdict. That's fine. Figured that had to be coming eventually. Do they have a follow-up play of another Renegade Rallier returning Qasali Pridemage? No, Sakura Tribe Elder to power out their Emeria. Well, they're still a little bit off from that. And Birds of Paradise can threaten to end this game here. Birds of Paradise being a flying creature that I can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just single Gavany, but Gavany nonetheless. So I'll just go for an end step Gavany, then I can upkeep Gavany. I'll be able to hit my opponent. That's not a big deal. Be able to hit my opponent for 2 in the air. Not upkeep, but main phase is what I meant to say. Kitchen Finks, one of the better draws in our deck. Opponent really can't crack Windswept Heath now because Windswept Heath will provide me with lethal. They can attack with Sakura, but I am 100% going to block because they don't have any Exalted triggers. It's just going to mean that they are sacking their Sakura now because it's not really a blocker. So we'll block here. And then before resolution of combat damage, we will Gavany up. It's going to cause my opponent to sack or a Tribe Elder. Get another Plains, or get a basic Plains for the first time, I guess. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My opponent is looking at 5 Plains for Emeria the Sky Ruin. Court of Calling a really, really interesting draw, but I'm not sure if it's one I can really capitalize on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The thing is, if I just Gavany, which requires 5 of my mana, then I can't Chord. The only other thing that I would Chord for would be like a Noble Hierarch. I could Chord for a Kitchen Finks. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on the Gavany plan, and then if my opponent disrupts it, we will pivot. but otherwise we are going to try to win like this. One, two, three, four. We are only one land off of a double Gavany activation, which is interesting. So the idea here is not that my opponent dies when they only have one life. It's the idea that they won't be able to crack Windswept Heath when they only have one life. They do have a Path to Exile, and they're going for their own Wall of Omens. Okay, I don't think this is going to work out for my opponent. So my opponent's going to get a basic Plains, then they're going to crack Windswept Heath, which is going to let them return Renegade Rallier or Sakura Tribe Elder or something on their upkeep. Oh, they get to return both of them, but then we kill them in the air with Birds of Paradise. So my opponent now put themselves in a position where they need to draw a spot removal spell. Yeah, I don't love this. So don't love how many basic forests my opponent's playing. So yeah, they're going to return Renegade Rallier and Renegade Rallier. Neither of these Ralliers will have triggers because they don't have Revolt. They've got no cards in hand and nothing left the battlefield this turn. So my opponent's got a pair of Ralliers. They do not have haste. And we have a lethal flying attacker. Definitely going for it. My opponent's already used 2 Path to Exiles. They're working off the top of the deck. It's a very close one, and I could get punished here. Collected Company is maybe safer, but I could also just miss if I go for Collected Company. They're going for a path before I declare it as an attacker? What are they doing? Oh, they just gave me an out. They did draw the Path to Exile, which is pretty crazy. But they let me tap my Birds of Paradise for mana. Which means now I get to return Eternal Witness. And try to outgrind my opponent. I am going to have to block... Oh no, I don't have to block both of these Ralliers. I just have to block one. So maybe I just return Eternal Witness. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. What do I like returning here? Eternal Witness, or Eternal Witness, Devoted Druid? Eternal Witness is essentially just a Devoted Druid. But if I just take Devoted Druid, then I'll have haste with it. Alright, sure. Any order. Let us return Collected Company. Let's get a basic Plains off this Birds of Paradise. Shuffle that. Court of Calling back into our deck. Now, I think this play is actually just slightly better. Because I should be able to win here next turn now that I have a Devoted Druid that isn't summoning sick. And Eternal Witness was just going to get Devoted Druid anyways, which just leaves me with a summoning sick Devoted Druid. Alright, my opponent gets Sakura plus Qasali Pride Mage. We might just see them attack with 1 Rallier here. I'm going to block a Rallier if they attack with 2, obviously. My opponent without a spot removal spell, or at least without one that they want to cast right this second. Hallelujah Chorus going off in the background. Alright, moment of truth. If Collected Company can hit anything good, we win. Well, never mind, we win. For the Lord God omnipotent reigneth. So we go for this. If they respond with a removal spell, they do not. Perfect timing for the Hallelujah Chorus to play. Should make an all Hallelujah playlist that is just various vocal choirs performing the Hallelujah Chorus and that other song, Hallelujah. It goes like this, the fourth, the fifth, that one. Alright, my opponent might just concede to this, but just wanted to make some mana here to begin with anyways. Okay. Got there. So, what do we want? Abrupt Decay could be reasonable for my opponent's Detention Spheres. Fulminator Mage could be cool for Emiria. Feel like Aven Mind Sensor could even be good because we haven't seen everything my opponent's doing. Selfless Spirit and Scavenging Ooze are good against Wrath of God and Control-y elements. I do think my opponent's deck is cool. I think that there is a space in the format occasionally for green decks that also play Wrath of God themselves. Was all of my opponent's lines correct? Probably not, especially the Birds of Paradise line that allowed us to win the game. But the thought was there. And Reclamation Sage 2 could be better than Abrupt Decay. I feel like my opponent's probably bound to be playing something like Knight of the Reliquary or something, but we haven't seen it. Path to Exile does also get my opponent basic planes to then allow them to cast or allow them to use Emiria. So maybe we don't want to go on that route. And the games that we wind up playing, especially post-board, wind up being decently slow. Kitchen Finks is just a great card, so may just want to keep it in regardless here. How many more cards do we need to cut? 3? We'll keep out Aven Mind Sensor until we see Knight of the Reliquary. I think it's pretty likely that my opponent is a Knight of the Reliquary Collected Company deck, but I don't think that they are a Court of Calling deck. Court of Calling kind of requires the use of Mana Dorks, and Mana Dorks are not really as good with Wrath of God. I've played them. Played them both together in the same deck before, and with Knight of the Reliquary. But that was actually sideboard Wraths. I think we do want Viscera Seer. Seems like my opponent would be willing to concede to that, potentially. I'm just not sure about Fulminator Mage. My opponent's mana might be shakier, though, based off the fact that they don't have Mana Dorks. So maybe that's good. And maybe we could just cut a Vizier. I don't think my opponent has too much interaction. They might have like a Walking Ballista or something like that in there, which would be unfortunate. But for right now, let's go for the plan of Abrupt Decay and Reclamation Sage, and then just Scavenging Ooze and Selfless Spirit with a Fulminator Mage just in there to hedge against Emiria, because that is a very powerful card, and being able to interact with it in some way is good. That's why I love this deck too. Like, you put in one Fulminator Mage and then you're like, alright, I'm set. We're good. My opponent's definitely not going to Fulminator Mage us, considering they are a banned deck. Let's mulligan this one. We can keep a hand that is Duskwatch Recruiter, Kitchen Finks, Double Chord. I'm going to keep this one. I really don't love it. And we're going to keep any lands we see off the scry. I'll keep a Birds of Paradise as well. Birds of Paradise actually turns his hand from awkward to fantastic. So, yeah, that's maybe the best card to scry to the top. It's going to help fix our mana. It's going to let us play a turn 3 Kitchen Finks, and then a turn 4, maybe Court of Calling. If we can draw another land, we can turn 4 Court of Calling for... let's play our land first. How about that? So if we draw a land here, we can go turn 3 Court of Calling for Devoted Druid, turn 4 Court of Calling for Vizier, then cast Dustwatch and win the game. And my opponent on minimal interaction here. It's hard to interact with Kitchen Finks too. All right, we also have Walking Ballista as a mana sink. How do we want to play this one here? We do have Fulminator Mage in the deck, so getting double black could be good. We don't have any double white cards. I guess I will go and grab Overgrown Tomb here then. We are also playing Abrupt Decay, so this makes sense. Kitchen Finks is also better than, like, every single card that we saw in my opponent's deck other than Detention Sphere. Like, as far as we know, we just played a Kitchen Finks, so we actually just win the game. Alright, Path to Exile. Not a huge deal. It ramps us, and it actually puts us in the exact same position that we were just in, albeit slightly lower odds to draw a land. But if we do draw a land, we can still chord for the Druid, untap chord for Vizier, and then combo off. Wall of Omens, no Lone Missionary. I would definitely board out Lone Missionary against this deck, but that is just me. Could play a big boy Ballista here, could play a Selfless Spirit plus Duskwatch Recruiter. I kind of like Selfless Spirit plus Duskwatch. Yeah, we can hang on to Ballista for a second. So let's go Spirit plus Recruiter. And this protects the Recruiter and the Devoted Druid. Lets us go for the Devoted Druid combo next turn. Like I said, I really don't care about Lone Missionary. Sure, opponent, you're at 24. Sounds great. Wall of Omens, draw a card. I like referring to this card as Draw of Omens. Flooded Strand, grabbing a basic island. That's interesting. My opponent is also on a 0 Shockland mana base, as far as we can tell. Alright, Meddling Mage is probably not going to name the correct card, which is Court of Calling, for our hand. If it does, we can Walking Ballista it down, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Alright, they're going to name Collected Company. That's fine. If my opponent has another... Yeah, they can swing for 2 here quite freely. I'm not going to block. So now the only other thing we want to think about is, do we want to play around counter magics? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what? I think we do, and I think the actual reason that we do is I want Duskwatch Recruiter to stay a Duskwatch Recruiter. Though actually it flipping is not horrible. If it flips, we have a 3-3, and then we don't have to worry about losing to damages either. Having said that, I'm going to go for a Devoted Druid here. Alright, we should be protected with the likes of Selfless Spirit. And we should be able to Vizier my opponent out next turn. I'm hoping that they play another Meddling Mage naming Vizier of Remedies. That would be sweet. Though we could have played around that this turn by, like, just tapping these 2 for... whatchamacallit? Oh, is this a Supreme? No, it's a Detention Sphere. Alright, that's going to take our Druid, most likely. Alright, so that was the downside. They're going to take Selfless Spirit. Sure, they have our Selfless Spirit. Guess they're planning on wrathing next turn. That's not good enough. Alright, we'll take a bunch of damage here, drop down to 13, and then... I'll hold off on that. Alright, my opponent has to respond by pathing the Devoted Druid here, so... I'll just have Devoted Druid use all of his mana and cast Court of Calling for X equals 2. Is there a benefit to doing it for X equals 3? There might actually be, just in case here. Yeah, let's do it for X equals 3. This way, if my opponent responds by killing Devoted Druid with a Path to Exile, we can Eternal Witness back a Court of Calling. Alright, now we've won. We have infinite mana. We already have the Duskwatch Recruiter on the board, so there's nothing my opponent can do. But we also have a Walking Ballista in hand. There we go. That makes us 1-1. We should probably be 2-0, but if we started the first round with a win, we definitely would not have gotten to play against this opponent. So, it evens out in the end. Just going to go ahead and make 42 mana here real quick. Don't mind me. My opponent didn't actually see the Walking Ballista kill last game, so they might not know exactly what's up. Alright, that's 42 mana. Let's just make it a solid 46. Cast Walking Ballista, X equals everything. There we go. That'll do it. Opponent just wanted to see it. They sent Yawn in chat. They could have conceded at any point. I had a Duskwatch Recruiter on the board, so it's not like they needed to stick around, but that'll do it. I think that opponent may just not have known exactly what was up. I don't know. They could have known. Just wanted to watch me do it. But then why'd he say yawn? I don't know. And I had more than enough time on my clock that was definitely not an issue. I'm going to make a phone call here at the start of this game, so I'm going to play with my mic for a second. I muted my mic halfway through talking. I'm going to play with my mic muted for a second, but I will be right back, and Alright, hand seems great, deck seems great, turn 3 win, no big deal. Opponent has mulligan to 4 and keeps their hand. Sounds good. Sounds good. If any game didn't need commentary, it would have been this one. You guys wouldn't have known that my opponent had mulligan to 4, but yeah, here they are. Alright. Seems easy enough. Urza's power plant. Okay, well, we win. Because we are on the play against Tron. They need... No, they can't even have the turn 3, because we're going to kill them on our turn 3. Probably didn't have to play Blooming Marsh there. I could have tried to reveal to my opponent the least amount of information as possible. Turn 3 Karn, not good enough, baby. Alright, once they see me cord for x equals 5, they will probably concede, but just gotta make a few points of mana here. I have a feeling my opponent might be a little bit fed up with this game. Yep, there we go. That'll do it. Alright, don't need Anafenza. Don't need any of these Kitchen Finksers. Don't need Viscerous here. Yeah, actually 0 Kitchen Finks. Want both Stonies. Want no Path to Exiles. Do want Fulminator, Sin Collector, Tide Hollow Sculler. Sin Collector's just okay, but I think I'm going to board it in. Don't need Scavenging Ooze either. Do want Selfless Spirit, and definitely want Aven Mind Sensor. After that, we don't know what build of Tron they are on, so maybe we do want Spellskite to protect against some of the shit that they are doing. Kitchen Finks is okay, I suppose. Maybe we'd just rather have a Path to Exile for a Wormcoil Engine. I don't know. I don't think we can really lose to Wormcoil Engine enough that it's worth even minding at all. We probably want Reclamation Sage just to potentially randomly blow some stuff up. It's probably better than Kitchen Finks. Sin Collector's not great, yeah. Aven Mind Sensor and then protecting Aven Mind Sensor is the main point of this matchup. But also, I mean, sometimes they do just have it, so... We do have to be careful with how cocky we get. Exactly. Nothing else is good against them, though, right? Scavenging Ooze is, like, very mediocre, and not if we're playing this version of the deck. Sounds good. Alright. We're going to keep this one. We have what is probably a turn 3 kill. We just have to worry about Karn coming in before that. So my opponent's got mine. They could have Karn here for the turn 3 Karn. That's fine. Stony Silence doesn't help us. Reclamation Sage doesn't help us. All we can do is pray the Karn away. Alright, they're going to tutor up with their map here. No, not yet. I mean, I think I have a decent idea of what my opponent might grab here off this Expedition map. I think they might go ahead and grab Urza's Tower. Just a guess, but looks like I'm correct in that regard. tower, and what do we have? Looks like we've got a Thought Nazi, which can take Vizier. I did not realize we were playing against Eldrazi-tron. I would have kept in my Path to Exiles for these Thought Nazis here, but this is not a huge deal at all. My opponent gets to take our Vizier. We still are left with a Collected Company and the chance to win the game. Quite clearly I have to take Vizier, though. Court of Calling wins us the game. There are also there's a lot of other really good hits off of Collected Company. How do we want to tap here? Probably want to tap Devoted Druid at least once. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sure, let's do it like that. This will let us to cast Eternal Witness on Collected Company if we miss. We are going to... Okay, well, you can't call me back now. Let's grab a... Definitely want a Duskwatch. Probably want a Devoted Druid as well. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm thinking. Sorry, just getting distracted by people hitting up my phone. So we could Duskwatch Recruiter here with our mana. Alright, this guy's gotta stop calling me. Duskwatch Recruiter here with our mana, or we could Eternal Witness. Next turn we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. So we'll have enough to Eternal Witness the CoCo anyways. I think we just want to use Duskwatch while we have it. So let's just pass the turn here. We'll take 4 from my opponent's swing. This also, we would get slightly punished for this play. Is this a Dismember on Duskwatch Recruiter? Okay. Well, I don't know why they let us untap with a Devoted Druid, but knowing our hand, they let us untap with a Devoted Druid. Aven Mind Sensor, less good once your opponent already has Tron assembled. Maybe didn't even want to let them know about Aven Mind Sensor for Game 3, but I'm not going to just not take my value here. Next turn, we are going to just cast Eternal Witness, cast Collected Company, and hope to be able to combo off again. 5 mana, Cavern of Souls. Could we be seeing a Drowner? No, we're going to be seeing a Flicker guy. Oh, Endbringer. Oh, that guy's real strong. Okay. So, kind of time to win right now. We don't have any Path to Exiles, so kind of do or die, and Court of Calling will be enough to do it. We go Court of Calling for X equals 2. We will then have infinite mana. We'll cast Eternal Witness. We'll Eternal Witness back the Duskwatch Recruiter. And we'll kill my opponent. They knew about the Eternal Witness already, so that's all they needed to see. That'll do it. That is round 3 and puts us 2-1. I am going to try to take this phone call right now, so I will mute my mic again and hop in the queue. Alrighty, well, a mulligan to 5, followed by a Thoughtseize, is never how you want to start things off here. My opponent and I both with 4 cards, however, they took my best one. They took my Path to Exile. Wow, okay, maybe they just think my CoCo is too strong. Obviously, they're going to go back up to 5 cards here with that Mishra's Bauble trigger. They probably just have another Thoughtseize, but it's interesting because they could have had an Inquisition of Kozilek to take the Path to Exile too. Alright, Collective Brutality. What are they going to do? Just one mode? Yeah, it looks like just one mode. Yep, that'll take my Collected Company. That makes a lot of sense. They could have still done that in the other order, but yeah, it still makes sense to me. Scavenging Ooze, a great card. We don't want to make my opponent's life total lower unnecessarily. Oh yeah, it's definitely Death Shadow. Mishra's Bauble. Oh, you know, I guess just from their turn 1 play, it could have very well have just have been Lantern control. So I think Lantern is slightly more likely to play Inquisition than Thoughtseize. It's definitely both possible. Liliana to make me sacrifice my Scavenging Ooze. Gonna need a mana dude now. Nope, I draw a fetch land. What's up, Kaleri? How you doing, my friend? Now we're going to lose our Windswept Heath to this Liliana. And there's a Termagoyfi. Alright, so my opponent's got a threat. Kitchen Finks answers Liliana quite well. This game is still definitely winnable. My opponent discarded Abrupt Decay. They're going to make me sacrifice the first half of Kitchen Finks. Are they going to play another Liliana to kill the second half? I think they might. They should attack first. But yeah, Liliana, the last hope. +1, giving my Kitchen Finks -2/-1, making it a 0/0. And then the Goyfi in 4/6. I guess that order makes sense along with that. Well, now they don't have the right Liliana in play. I'll be able to Eternal Witness back Collected Company or Path to Exile here. The problem is Liliana of the Last Hope is actually going to be a little bit of the thorn in our side. We could also just grab Scavenging Ooze. Scavenging Ooze also seems pretty good right here. We would eat our creatures to grow Scavenging Ooze and then start shrinking Tarmogoyf, exiling Mishra's Bauble. This is a really, really tough Eternal Witness here. I don't think I'm going to go for Path to Exile. I think I've ruled that one out. I'll pop out my graveyard here so everybody can have a look a little bit easier. Collected Company means we just try to cast Collected Company next turn. Plays around Inquisition, but into Collective Brutality. Scavenging Ooze plays into Inquisition, but around Collective Brutality, and is a great card to hit off Collected Company, because Company could miss, too. I'm going to go for a CoCo. Considering that my opponent already discarded Abrupt Decay, that means the following 2 cards in my opponent's hand are probably better than Abrupt Decay. So with that line, yeah, they do have the Brutality. Okay. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Take some more damages here. Get to play Kitchen Finks, which buys us a whole nother turn as well. And also threatens Liliana. My opponent can attack here. No blocks. 100%. So now we're threatening to attack back on Liliana. We don't die from a Goyf swing next turn. My opponent can play another Termagoyfi here. No, they played a Verdant Catacombs. So they've got a 3-drop. They don't take damage off of their thing. They Fatal Push, and then they Liliana. My opponent now left with 1 card in hand. I can play a Noble Hierarch, which will die to Liliana. No, I don't think that's how we win. We still have 3 life points to lose here, so let's go ahead and lose these 3 life points. Interesting, my opponent decided not to shock themselves, but simply got a fetch land. Well, they've got another Goiphers. That's going to make it impossible for me to win. My opponent now also has Liliana Emblem online. What does this mean? No, this means that we lose because they just shrink Noble Hierarch, attack us for 6 and 6. Yeah, no point counting it out or playing it out. We're dead. Let's go for our removal spells here. Scavenging Ooze, also great. Spellskite and Selfless Spirit I don't think are worth it. Generally in this matchup, I just trim on my combo pieces. I trim on Anafenza and Vizier. I don't trim on Kitchen Finks, just Anafenza, Vizier. You can trim on Devoted Druid a little bit as well. Though it might actually be better to just trim on a bird. So we don't need Fulminator Mage. We might want Orzhov Pontiff, though. I also kind of like Sin Collector. Oh, we have to cut more cards regardless. I guess we'll be cutting a Devoted Druid and a Vizier. And then that would let us put in a Sin Collector or an Orzhov Pontiff. My opponent was playing white, correct? So they will be boarding in Lingering Souls. We do have Scavenging Ooze for Lingering Souls. Scavenging Ooze is just the most important card in the matchup. So maybe I should have just taken that advice. I figured that my opponent had Fatal Push in hand too, right? And that's what I was considering. They discarded Abrupt Decay. They probably have a Fatal Push. We probably just want to try to Collected Company into double Kitchen Finks, which we got very close to doing. Don't want Spellskite. Don't think we need Selfless Spirit. Selfless Spirit does fly. Birds of Paradise also flies. I think new Liliana is good against this deck, and old Liliana is fairly mediocre. Maybe I just want to leave myself with 3 Viziers. I don't think so. I think I'm going to throw in a Sin Collector and just get some more value. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. It's Aven Mind Sensor. My opponent plays Traverse the Ulvenwald. We put in an Aven Mind Sensor to counter Traverse, and that's what we do. We will be on the play for this game. We've got a slow hand, but a solid hand against junk decks. Opponent is going to keep their 7. Sounds good. We've got a game, boys and girls. Turn 2, I could play the Vizier. Don't really have to. Opponent's going to Traverse for a Swamp. Sounds good. I think I will play Vizier here. Let's just curve out. There are sometimes Wrath effects in my opponent's deck, like boarded in Damnation, but it's not something that we have to worry about super bad. Alright, now we just get to start slamming Kitchen Finks from now until the end of time. I can actually swing with Vizier here. I don't think they block. If they do, I actually don't care. So now my opponent has to remove a Kitchen Finks, but I've got a Vizier. Oh, shit. All right. This is good. I need to draw a spot removal spell, like I said. Wait, did I just not block? What the hell just happened? Oh, my God. I'm so bad. Oh, I guess if I blocked, they could have eaten with Scavenging Ooze. So maybe that wasn't the worst play in the world. Okay, I'll stand by it. We're okay. My opponent didn't put anything. No, they put a Plains. They put a basic Plains in the yard with Grim Flare. Alright, well, we want to have 5 card types open to Court of Calling for Devoted Druid end of turn here, I believe. We might actually just want to get Aven Mind Sensor too to counter a Traverse. I'm not going to attack here. I'm not sure exactly what we're going to do with our Court of Calling, but I think we're going to do something. I really don't want to get Court of Calling exiled, though, either. You know what? I changed my mind. I should have played Godless Shrine, but I am actually just going to attack here. We hit our opponent for 5, which turns on Death Shadow after we put them down to 11. But we can't just always play around Death Shadow and try to not kill our opponent. Alright, Fatal Push on Vizier. That's going to give my opponent a 3/3 Scavenging Ooze whenever they want it. But my opponent should be somewhat locked on mana. I'm glad I didn't go for the Devoted Druid play now, though. Three card types. Opponent goes down to 8. So they could play a 5/5 Death Shadow here. Path to Exile and Abrupt Decay are the best draws in our deck. So hopefully we can draw a spot removal spell. Collective Brutality doing everything. They discarded a Tarmogoyf so that they could take our Collected Company. They are then going to eat the Kitchen Finks in response to the Persist. Can't really play around that. And they're going to keep open 1 green mana to eat whatever we try to exile with Scavenging Ooze. The deck's good. It's a lot of fun, at the very least. We hover around 2/3 and 3/2s with the occasional 4/1. Honestly, it's mostly the fact that the deck is so difficult to pilot on Magic Online that I have problems with. Thing is, we're close to beating my opponent in this race. Opponent does now have Delirium. Opponent down to 3, and they're going to play a 10/10. They're going to play a Shriek Maw and exile Kitchen Finks. Alright, that's not great. That is decidedly not great for me. I think Shriek Maw's great. I'd love to see this card make a resurgence in the format. Alright, well here's a Scavenging Ooze. A little bit too late for sure. And my opponent also has more green mana than I. So they kind of get to battle with us here. My opponent, in response, might exile both of their creatures. They decide not to. Where are we? We're on my main phase? Okay. Opponent making an interesting sequence of plays here. You want to exile creatures before I get to play my Scavenging Ooze. At the same time, I am actually... Oh, I'm just going to lose. Yeah, I needed to draw one of my spot removal spells. That's why I board in so many spot removal spells post-board. Maybe I just needed to trade Kitchen Finks for Grimflayer too? I'm not sure. Not sure. And I definitely could have won if I draw a spot removal spell. I go, you know, Abrupt Decay or Path to Exile, and then just Eternal Witness it back. Needed to draw it 1 turn earlier than this last turn. But... Well, I shuffled my deck. But... See how long it might have been till I'd drawn a spot removal spell. Devoted Druid, Gavany Township. Nope. Wasn't in the cards. Alright, that makes us 2-2 here. But if we can win, we can finish off this league positively. So let's get one in the W column. I do like the deck. I'd also be curious to try the new deck that's kind of popped up. I'm not sure if you guys have seen it, but it's like Bant Retreat, but it also plays the Vizier combo in it. Be curious to explore that archetype a little bit more. And obviously Ronus is better in that deck too, where you just have big Knight of the Reliquaries. It doesn't even always run Retreat to Coralhelm. It just runs Knight of the Reliquary and Spell Queller, which are really powerful cards. Double Razor Verge Thicket here. If Kitchen Finks is good, this hand is good. Our opponent is kept. His hand could be really bad. Looks like Kitchen Finks is going to be decent, though. Actually might be playing against Storm, so maybe not. They went top-bottom. Let's play Noble Hierarch. It feels like Storm. We'll see. Nope, it is Grixis. And maybe even Grixis Death Shadow after that play. Thoughtseize is going to have to take an Eternal Witness. And then I will Eternal Witness back Eternal Witness. No harm, no foul. Whatever Thoughtseize takes, I'm going to Eternal Witness back. Really doesn't matter. The only caveat might be is if my opponent takes Walking Ballista. Might just let that go and put a Kitchen Finks onto the battlefield. But nope, they take Eternal Witness. Whatever card we cast here is going to resolve. So let's just cast Eternal Witness, returning Eternal Witness, because that's a free roll. Thought Scour in response. Sure, try to set up a big Tassiger. It is Death Shadow Grixis. Yeah, it just auto-targets because we only have the one card left. Fair enough. My opponent does have to watch their life total. Oh, I was saying it was Death Shadow Grixis because I saw this Street Wraith, but there's also just a Death Shadow in my opponent's graveyard. So we can definitely outgrind something like Culligan's Command here. It's also funny that Walking Ballista puts us in a spot. What is this? Fatal Push or Thoughtseize? Or Thought Scour. Alright, so they're going to Thoughtseize our Eternal Witness at this point. That's fine. A lot of potential plays here this turn. So growing my opponent's Death Shadow is weird, but is actually pretty okay because we've got Walking Ballista. So I think we can actually just try to kill my opponent. We're at 20 as well. It's going to mean Death Shadow has to swing 2 or 3 times. I think we're going to see a trade here, especially out of a Culligan's Command deck. That's fine. Alright, Kitchen Finks is good against Grixis, so hopefully this is good enough. My opponent already has more than enough Culligan's Command targets, so I'm not super worried about that. Next turn we get to play Devoted Druid and a 2-2 Walking Ballista, or a 3-3 Walking Ballista. I believe we'll want to dump our hand here, though, even into potential counter magic. Mainly because Devoted Druid getting that mana out on the battlefield means then we can just start activating Gavany Township and maybe doing some broken ballista pumping things. Alright, Death Shadow is a 5-5 here. So what we could do now is swing with Kitchen Finks, and then if my opponent blocks, we finish off Death Shadow with Walking Ballista. If they don't block, we put them in a position where we may finish off them with Walking Ballista. 3 mana smells like Culligan's Command, but no, it is going to be a 5-5 Gurmag Angler. Okay. Well, now my opponent could block with Angler, so I guess my attacks are less good at this point. May just want to keep back Kitchen Finks as a blocker, eh? Seems reasonable. Let's play Gavany because my opponent knows about it. And then we'll play a 2-2 Walking Ballista. Wait, this is a 1-1 Walking Ballista. Oh, that's a shame. Do we even want to cast it then? Yeah, I think so. Alright, that's a shame though. We just want to start activating Gavany here now anyways. And putting them both onto the battlefield isn't that much of a risk. What's up, Bacon Poet? How you doing, my man? My opponent really has to watch their life total now regardless. Like, if they just swing out, I just take it, go down to 12, and crack back for lethal. Alright, what do they have for us post-combat? They'll need another creature or some spot removal spells to finish this out. But right now I get to attack my opponent for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is already lethal in just combat once I play Forest and activate Gavany Township. I think we're probably going to see a kill spell on Devoted Druid or a blocker here. We're going to see a Culligan's Command returning Snapcaster, killing off Devoted Druid. I actually still have lethal. And another Death Shadow. Okay, now they can block Kitchen Finks, and I don't have lethal. Chord of Calling. Well, if they don't block Kitchen Finks, I have lethal, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, not quite. Not quite, actually. So what I could actually see here is, like, in response to the Persist of Kitchen Finks, go get a Vizier. The tricky part about that is we know my opponent has Snapcaster Mage in their hand. Correct? Oh, no. They returned and played Devoted Druid. Okay, so we don't know anything about the contents of my opponent's hand. Don't have any way to make my opponent gain life. We definitely still, like, we're 100% not just dead right now. What if we attack and they block? I feel like that's pretty good, but not super likely to happen. It's 5, 6, 7. And if we attack for 5, put them down to 3, that means that both of these Death Shadows are coming in for 10, and are thus lethal, and I'm tapped out and can't cord. So I feel like I can't attack here. Also feel like I can't really block. I think we're going to have to wait and see how my opponent attacks. We don't know any of the contents of their hand. What if we attacked for just 4? My opponent attacks for everything. They put themselves in a weird position, too. Alright, so I quite clearly have to block with the Kitchen Finks. I think I might also have to block with Noble Hierarch. If I block with both of them on the same Death Shadow, that's also kind of cool. I could just activate Gavany pre-combat. Then on my turn, I activate Gavany post. Now, if I'm blocking with Noble Hierarch, I probably want to block just to not die to Lightning Bolt. And then I think I want to get Vizier here. But I don't know how that lets me win. You know what? I think I'm going to grab a Scavenging Ooze. Is my opponent going to kill themselves? No, they can't. They're just looking for a card. Thought Scour looking for a card again. I haven't chosen what I want to get with Court of Calling yet. So, could change my mind here still. But now the Scavenging Ooze looks even better. Whatever I get, they have to kill. And Scavenging Ooze is going to be the most difficult thing for them to kill. Yeah, I know we've got lethal swingbacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is unfortunately not lethal. Oh wait, no, it is. It is. So, yeah, we can also just Gavany now and kill them with Finks plus Ballista. Yeah, we have lethal without Scavenging Ooze because my opponent's at 6 now. I'm going to go down to 5. This means that I can't die to just burn spells here either. Finks is going to persist. They're going to Fatal Push Scavenging Ooze. I'm going to respond by eating some creatures. We are going to eat a... Sure, Snapcaster Mage. Let's just eat creatures. I think our life total might matter. I don't think Snapcaster Culligan's command matters. So yeah, now even if my opponent... Now my opponent needs one more thing out of their 2 cards in hand. Because all we have to do is activate Gavany and we win. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So what do they have? Snapcaster Chump Blocker. Collective Brutality. Tassiger. Damn. So what do I need now? I don't think anything does it for us. No. Yeah, there's no way we can even survive here. We can block Death Shadow and Death Shadow, taking 9. So I guess I'll do that. But then what could we possibly hope to draw? Oh, we'll have Kitchen Finks on the rebound. We'll shoot them with Walking Ballista. We need to draw Noble Hierarch next turn, and for them to all-out attack and then have nothing. Alright, if that happens, this would be pretty crazy. But we want our opponent to all-out attack here. We're going to block Death Shadow, take 9, activate Gavany Township so that our Finks can re-persist. Shoot my opponent for 2 with Walking Ballista. Put them down to 5. Or put them down to 4. Oh, but I can't crack this fetch land. Shoot. No, I can. I can because the Finks persisting will gain me back 2 more life points. Okay. Yeah, let's move to declare blockers. Block Death Shadow. Block Death Shadow. Before resolution of combat damage, let's pump up Kitchen Finks. And let's shoot my opponent for 2. So now my opponent goes down to 4. Their Death Shadows go up to 9. Kitchen Finks persists. I go up to 3. And I need to draw exactly Noble Hierarch. Let's get there, baby. Noble Hierarch. Let's grab a Temple Garden. No other draws will win us the game. No luck's given. Get hype, everybody. Noble Hierarch. Let's see it. Birds of Paradise. Come on. Birds of Paradise. So close. Oh, man. Yeah, that's not going to be enough to get us there. Get to put my opponent down to 1 here. But that is not enough. Really close game. Really sweet one. Eternal Witness was not an out. It needed to be exactly Noble Hierarch because I also needed to activate Gavany Township. Yeah. Had to be exactly Noble Hierarch. There were 2 left in the deck. I'm playing 3 birds, 3 nobles. Getting a little bit punished for that, but still pretty sweet. All right, Scavenging Ooze. Best card in the deck in the matchup. We want Path to Exiles. The Abrupt Decays aren't as important because my opponent's backup creatures cost more than 3 mana. Definitely like Sin Collector, though. And I love me a Kitchen Finks. Want to take out an Anafenza. Probably want to take out a Vizier. I'm not sure if there's anything else I want to change. It is a Lightning Bolt deck, but it's a Lightning Bolt deck that also plays a card that can destroy target artifact. So I go back and forth against Spellskite, against Culligan's Command. It's really, really a tricky call. but I think one I'm going to neglect to be in favor of today. I think I sideboard like this. Keep in some Viziers. Could also just keep in the Druid because I'm boarding out a bird and go down to double Vizier. Kitchen Finks is a good enough card in the matchup, so we still want them. And we want the ability to just outgrind my opponent in the late game. The Abrupt Decays being not so hot. Alright. Let's try this. We have 16 minutes, or 15 minutes left, rather, for Game 3. This is the last round of this league, but my plan is to jump into another league after this. Be on the play. Turn 1 Bird, turn 2 Vizier, Selfless Spirit. I don't love it, but I'm going to keep it. That was a really close game regardless of how that went. Our opponent is mulliganed to 6 and then kept. They are now just scrying. And they are going to scry to the top. Sounds good. I don't know why I led with Horizon Canopy. I'm not playing Death Shadow. I don't know what happened. Just wasn't thinking there. Polluted Delta, Thoughtseize, and they're going to take a Selfless Spirit from us. I hope this 1 or 2 points of damage doesn't wind up mattering, but I feel like it might. Alright, just winds up being... No, I guess it winds up being 2 points of damage here. Because if I had led with Forest, I could have just played Gavany Township this turn. And not taken any damage. We're all in on the Gavany plan, though. We get to swing for 4 with Vizier next turn. See how much my opponent decides that they want to take themselves. Island. Basic island. That's interesting. But, like, I'm pretty sure I want to beat them down. I don't know. Death Shadow is a really tough card to play around. And I haven't quite figured out the best way to do it, which is probably what makes the card so powerful, is people just don't know how to play around it. Myself included. Alright, Collective Brutality on Noble Hierarch sounds good. That means we're just going to play a Vizier, smack with a Vizier this turn. Do we want to hurt our mana even more? Thing is, if we sacrifice this Horizon Canopy, we can't even use this Chord of Calling. Right now we can chord for X equals 2, go and get ourselves a Scavenging Ooze. Don't know how good that is. No creatures in the bin yet, no Street Wraiths or anything. I think I'm just going to play Vizier and smack for 2 here. It's my opponent down to 12. I mean, they are likely to be able to cast a Delver next turn, and by that I don't mean of secrets. I mean Tasigur or Gurmag Angler, with 6 cards in the bin and a few life points to spare. Is it Staticaster? Wowie. Okay. If I draw a land... oh, I don't even have Spellskite in the deck. Oh, this is going to be tough. Actually, it might not be. No, we can still do this. So my opponent's going to kill bird. In response, I'm going to kill my Horizon Canopy? That can't be right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I think I'm just going to keep my Horizon Canopy around and hope to draw an Eternal Witness on my next turn. My opponent actually could have just held on to the Static Caster for a second. They're going to keep all their mana open, which is not good for us, but Collected Company. Yeah, so... They want to Vendilion Click and take the card from me. I think I want to... Wait a minute. I have no more Viziers left. My other 2 Viziers are both in my sideboard. This is really tough. This is really, really tough. Just have an entire deck full of cards that dies to Static Caster. I think I just try to put some Kitchen Finks onto the battlefield. Could have also just gone for Scavenging Ooze here. Alright, that's not great, but it's not horrible. Alright, it's horrible. Snapcaster, Death Shadow. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Give me an Eternal Witness. I think they're just going to go Snapcaster Thoughtseize on their turn. That's what I would do if I was them. Fatal Push, okie dokie. And a 3/3 Death Shadow, then smack me for 3. Seems not great. Seems definitely not great. Eternal Witness. Surprised they didn't just Thoughtseize our last card and not take it with Vendilion Click a little bit. But I guess Fatal Push is pretty good there too. Okay, what if we just do this? Let's go get back this Collected Company. That just means my opponent's going to Snapcaster Thoughtseize us. Yeah, alright. We're done here. Let's join another league. I've had enough. I'm going to have to move this off the screen. I might have to enter in some billing information. Let me check. Yes. Alright, so give me 1 minute here while I just buy some more tickets in the Play Store. I think I also have to go get my credit card. Alright, let's pop this in real quick. I'm going to just mute my mic for 1 minute here. Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to switch games, actually, just because I hate doing this on stream. Let's switch games over to Eternal. How does that sound? Alright, let's pop on over to Eternal. Sounds good. I'll figure out this Magic Online madness later on. See what our daily quests are. Defeat the boss at the end of the gauntlet. Oh, I never completed my daily quests from yesterday, I suppose. Okay. Sure. Let's re-roll this one. Start with this Infiltrate deck, just so that I can complete some questions here. And move on with our life. Soon seems solid. It definitely needs another land, but we have an Annihilate. We have a Twilight Raptor. Let's keep it. It's a pretty solid draw, too. Doesn't really let us do anything super great with this hand, but is more good when you are flooded and want to turn your power into non-power. Looks like we're playing against a Combre deck.
It's written right here.
Guy that silences my guys is super annoying. Desert Marshal, Desert Ambusher. We've got the kill for the Sandstorm Titan, and we've got the kill for some other cards we might play against, though, so.
It's written right here.
Alright, would love to draw a Primal Mana, or I would also settle for a Haunting Scream. That would also be a great draw. Alright, that one not so much. We could turn a Suffocate into a Haunting Scream, though. It's a little bit slow, but we're not doing anything else with these Suffocates. So the idea is we would get a Haunting Scream, and then we would just discard the Direwood Beastcaller, Scream it back in. And then have some monsters. Not sure exactly what my opponent's playing.
Close your eyes.
But they're doing a good job keeping their life total at 25, that's for sure. We had another wisdom. We could get rid of this suffocate as well. Look for Haunting Scream again. I think I'm going to do that and then play Gorgon Swiftblade or whatever else I draw. Another Annihilate. Seems fine as well. Means if my opponent draws some Titans, we've got the answer. Swiftblade's going to stop my opponent from attacking at least here too. So it's a fine card.
Safe travels, friend.
Alrighty. Looks like I'll continue to swing for 3. I could discard Dark Return here. Sure. Not doing anything else with my mana, right? This Dark Return's just no bueno. Alright, now we're Death Strike flooded. If my opponent ever plays a Sandstorm Titan, it's definitely dead. Alright. Let's attack. I'm just going to skip this, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't mind Direwood Beastcaller just being in the graveyard. But I don't actually think there's anything else I can even draw. Maybe there's one more Death Strike. Okay, yeah, I do put a Feeding Time in there. Alright. So we'll hit for 3. Play a Swiftblade and pass the turn. I mean, our opponent's just going to cast Harsh Rule eventually, I have to imagine. Is why we haven't seen them play anything else, but they're still not really pressured to either. Channel the Tempest on my only threat. Alright, there we go. Felm Banner. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we can start wisdoming or doing some other stuff. I kind of like the idea of wisdom and then discard like a sigil that we get. Just get a little bit more value off of Whispering Wind before our opponent kills it next turn. Yeah, that seems good enough. Let's go for a wisdom, grab a Permafrost and a Primal Sigil, and yeah, I can throw away this Primal Sigil. I want to find a Haunting Scream real bad. We got there. My opponent clearly has some harsh rules, though, so
It's written right here.
we have to be careful how much we actually commit to the board, but we also have to be careful how much time we just give our opponent to durdle. Because we're not clocking them right now either. So I'm not sure. Kind of just want to find more owls, right? Or not owls, raptors? It looks like an owl a little bit, right? Yeah, kind of just want to find more raptors here. Because if we just put 2 5/5s onto the battlefield, our opponent's just going to harsh rule. They definitely have it at this point. Let's wisdom. Does my opponent have backlash that they're considering casting? Looks like they might be considering a backlash here. Nope. Alright. Levitate, Primal Sigil. That means we have more than enough Primal Sigils to toss one. Find a Gorgon Swiftblade. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, I'm going to have to discard something end of turn. Not sure there's much I can do about that. Let's just discard... Guess I'll discard Primal Sigil. Don't want to lose any of my Annihilates. I guess I'll discard Gorgon Fanatic. I just don't need more cards right now either. And if I want to use it, I'm going to be Haunting Screaming it anyways. Okay. Looks like my opponent is wrathing here. Either that or they have a stand together. I think we just block like this. Seems fine. Okay, my opponent doesn't have any fast spell. No, they had a fast spell in response to the one spell that we played. Alright, now they're going to Harsh Rule. It's fine. We got the Harsh Rule out of the way. And then are they going to play like Sandstorm Titan or something? That would be fine. No, they're going to play a Combray Healer.
Listen.
Alright, it's pretty awkward that they're keeping open Desert Marshal still. But I'm not sure there's much I can do against that. Let's just Haunting Scream and try to put some 5/5s onto the battlefield. Definitely up in card advantage over my opponent, but the cards that they have are going to be more powerful than mine. All right, there's the backlash. Let's continue to hit our land drops now. It's a pretty long game. I'm going to make my opponent earn it. I think they're probably going to beat us, but definitely going to make them earn it here. And they'll want to play something like Seraph. Oh, I should have annihilated end of turn, I think. Did I have enough mana? Maybe I just didn't have mana open. No, I didn't. I didn't have any mana. Okay. Yeah, it's not like we can swing if we annihilate. Let's just play Direwood Beastcaller. Pass the turn. Looks like my opponent's got no more fast spells. Or they were spamming the end turn button. Yeah, this is no longer Modern Abzan CoCo. I do believe I changed the name of the stream, but might not be displaying. They're going to pump Combray Healer. I actually kind of want to kill all of my opponent's creatures now, so that they don't have any more Chalice targets. And they're tapped out. Oh, so you know what that means? That means we should actually just... yeah, just double kill spell their creatures here. I guess I'll play Feeding Time. What's the benefit of that? Yeah, just because it's sorcery speed. Let's play Feeding Time. Smack my opponent for 3, get both of my infiltrates on. I could have just annihilated, but this 4/7 isn't actually a big problem now anymore. My opponent probably has to Wrath again, at which point we're looking for a Haunting Scream or a Gorgon or a number of other things. This is cool, though, this Chalice. So, if you haven't seen this card before, it doesn't see that much play, but you can pay 2 mana. Oh, face. Okay, they're going to hit us for 7 here. Interesting. Well, they played their land, so they're not planning on hitting us for 10 next turn. Think we're going to get a Death Toucher here? Yeah. Alright, I'm going to annihilate the Death Toucher. Seek Power's fine. Let's annihilate the Death Toucher end of turn, though. Okie dokie. Think I'm free to A-space here. None of my guys have haste in the graveyard, but I will potentially Dark Return Beastcaller post-combat if they kill it. And gonna wait to see if they double block a beast, at which point I will Death Strike this. They didn't. I guess that makes sense. I guess I should have just Death Striked this pre-combat. Alright, you live and you learn. Opponent at 18. I actually really don't want them to Chalice this either. That's pretty awkward. Chalice draws them 1 card only, but it'll give them a 4/4. I guess it's only a little bit annoying. Question I also have is, like, if I Dark Return, do I even want to return this beast? I am dead to channel the Tempest here. Oh well. Let's go here. Yeah, if my opponent has channel, they get to hit me with it for 8 right now. Could just be dead to that. That'd be fine. Yep. Well played. Yeah, probably should have played around that a little bit too, based off of what we saw. Because they just channeled our face last turn, so it was decently likely they were just going to do it again. Alright, we need to win 5 games with a Primal deck, so that's my main concern right now. That's one of the harder quests for me because I don't really have a dedicated, like, Primal deck that I've crafted a lot of cards into. So for right now, we're just playing this Infiltrate one. And it's decent enough. It can win games. Last game was a little bit awkward. I'll keep this. Grab some Primal mana. Turn 2 Raptor, turn 3 Scheme. I might levitate this Raptor just to try to play Gorgon Fanatic. Yeah, let's do it. Cycle, Levitate, try to hit our 3rd land drop here. Alright, wound up not mattering that much because land was on top, but land could have just as easily been second from the top. It's all random. And we still have Feeding Time. Permafrost is actually a completely dead card now. But we have like Feeding Time for that if we really need to get in. Guess I'll scheme first. And just play, or just grab rather, a Feln Banner. Play this, smack for 2, pass the turn. Yeah, this Permafrost we will definitely be discarding when we draw a Whispering Wind. Sandstorm Titan. Alright, Sandstorm Titan, it's time to feed, baby. I think I'm going to annihilate Sandstorm Titan. Maybe even should have blocked with the Gorgon Fanatic. So they could have Haunting Screamed it. Yeah, they're going to block there. That's fine. I have Haunting Scream in my hand, so we're going to try to get it back.
Safe travels, friend.
Amber Acolyte, go. Sounds good. Cool. Alright, we draw some more cards. And hopefully we can continue to combo off here. Whispering Wind's a great one. I think I'm going to play this Shadow Sigil. I'm not totally sure. Will I potentially want 7 mana next turn? Yeah, okay. Because we already have the Permafrost to discard.
Safe travels.
So it's not imperative that we discard something else right away. Because we'll get other sigils and things. Discard the completely dead Permafrost. Get the very strong Wisdom of Elders. That seems good. Let's Wisdom and then Scheme, probably? Oh, gosh. Alright. Scheme for Scheme or Scheme for Wisdom? I guess we just Scheme for Scheme. What are we even looking for? We need a lot of stuff. Card advantage is good, but I think Scheme might just be better. No, I'll take Wisdom. The reason is I've got a Whispering Winds that we're allowed to combo off with right now. So just getting card advantage is going to be good. Feeding Time is or Dawnwalker is the reason that I saved Feeding Time and didn't just run it out there. Alright, start by swinging for 3, dumping a Shadow Sigil. We'll smack for 3. I'm going to play a Beast Caller. I'm going to Feeding Time this, and I guess I'll leave open Levitate. Doesn't really matter. But I already have another card to discard, and I've got Wisdom to discard 2 more. Right, Carnosaur, going to kill that. That's fine. That means I'll get 2 flyers. Unless they have another kill spell for this. No blocks. Go down to 20 here. Or 19. So I could Dark Return Gorgon Fanatic for a Flying Haste Chargerino. That seems good. My opponent's also almost just dead here. We're going to put them down to 1. We're going to put them down to 1, but we only have 1 real card, so... Because this is the only card that they have to answer to not lose. We're also at 20 again. And that's going to win it. Interesting mono time deck from my opponent. I assumed that it was also like Evolve of the Paraxis deck. Probably. I don't know. I think that's what the best time decks are, but we didn't really see any of those cards from my opponent. No Morrison's Disciple, just Dawnwalkers and stuff. So might have just been what they thought was good, or maybe they had to complete a quest themselves. This hand seems great. Just need to not get our guys silenced or killed, so we want to be playing against something like, I don't know, something mid-rangey, like Stone Scar, I suppose. No, Stone Scar has a lot of kill spells. Rakano, that's the one I was looking for. Rakano is definitely our best matchup with a hand like this. Opponent could very well have some torches and things like that, though this is a very good target for the torch, and our opponent would probably be a little bit crazy not to just torch this guy on the spot. Though if they don't have a play for their next turn, I could see not torching. Alright, looks like they decide to not go for the torch. And they do have a play this turn. It's a Valkyrie Enforcer. But that means that neither of our other two cards, or rather our other two cards, are less likely to get silenced here. Let's go for Gorgon Fanatic, because I think that Beast Caller is the more important of the cards. They might just play something and then swing with Enforcer here, which would let me levitate through Fanatic. Uh-oh. Alright. In for 5. May also just want to Death Strike my opponent's 5/4 flyer. I'm not sure. It's a great time to play Levitate, though. Yeah, I'm going to go for the Levitate play. It's a little risky. But it allows us to start getting ahead of the game here. Alright, Gemblade, but it doesn't matter. We've got a big Death Strike in hand, so nothing my opponent does should be too serious here. I think there's a decent chance that this Levitate just fizzles out and doesn't work. So I think I might just want to cast Death Strike here. Which means I can do it on my opponent's turn. We're going to give them one more Warcry trigger. But in exchange for that, we give them the opportunity to put more things on Valkyrie Enforcer. I'm willing to make that trade. Could have maybe had Aegis to protect it too, but wasn't super concerned with that. Alright, a Gorgon Fanatic is the draw. Let's go for another Levitate here, see if we can get in there with our beastie self. Looks like that's going to be a no. We do still draw a card, though. I think we play Gorgon Fanatic this turn, and then next turn we scheme for the Haunt. Is this a fast spell or a spell? It's just a spell. Alright, let's Suffocate here. Okay, well, that's tricky. That's really tricky. That is not a single faction unit. We now need a Death Strike. A Levitate or a Haunting Scream could also get us somewhere. Permafrost doesn't do anything. Alright, let's grab Haunting Scream, and I think we want to just make a couple of beasts. I don't know. We almost just want to attack with Fanatic here, right? Draw 3 cards. Try to find a Death Strike. It also gains us some life points. Alright. Let's try to draw some cards. absolutely need a Death Strike or a Pig Return. Let's Dark Return the Fanatic right now so that next turn we can cast it and try to find Death Strike again. Gonna go down to 1 here. Blocking doesn't seem like it does much. Well, now we've got a block. And can we still block? Yes, but barely. Nope, good games, well played. That kills us. We can double block here. We still take 11 and die to the Overwhelm. Opponent's going to Finest Hour us as well. Sure thing. Sure thing. Alright, we'll try this. It's a little on the slow side. About to just say fuck it and just start playing with the other deck, and I'll figure out how to get those quests another time. Drawing another Diplomatic Seal is a little bit awkward there. Nah, this deck's not performing great right now, but still fine, I guess. Alright, at least against this opponent, we're not going to get silenced or anything. Haunting Scream is probably good enough to get the Beast Caller through. Cool. So they need to have another Annihilate, and looks like that's not going to be the case. So we get to make some beasts here. To play a Whispering Wind. This game it worked. But only because we're playing against the mirror match. Deck's great in the mirror. It always wins the mirror matchup. Oh, never mind. It's not the mirror, and we're not going to win either. Alright, let's scheme. Try to find a cheap kill spell. Levitate. Haunting Scream's good. It means we get to refill our board after our opponent wraths us. That is not too shabby. If they even have a wrath. They may have just played the Witch just to trade. Nope, they have it. And that also means I can't even attack with my dude now. Which is unfortunate. I guess if I have 2 of them, I can attack with both of them. It's going to be tough, though. Yeah, I don't think I love attacking here. Unless they just have another Black Sky Harbinger. Yeah, if they have another Black Sky Harbinger, then we can't win. Thunderstrike Dragon I can beat. Here's a bunch of 10-10s. I can also levitate to kill Black Sky Harbinger now, too. But it's definitely dinner time, that's for sure. Alright, we can't really attack into these Thunderstrike Dragons, though, either. Like, we attack all out. We trade a Direwood Beast for 15 points of damage. Yeah, that's almost worth it. It is really close to being worth it. Maybe we wait one more turn, but then my opponent's going to have mana up. Yeah, if we just attack with these three, we trade a beast for 15 points of damage. Put my opponent down to 2. Let's see if that can be good enough here. Alright, we put them down to 7. Which isn't as good. We actually put them back up to 10 here. But that means 2 beast hits are lethal. Opponent's got to be very careful about how they attack here. Death Strike a beast. Sure thing. Lightning Storm my other 2 friends. Sure thing. So now an all-out attack puts my opponent down to 5. Not going to be worth it this turn. I think we will go for it next turn, put them down to 2, and activate the Fanatic. Alright, another Death Strike. Sure. And a Seed of Cunning. I don't like my attacks here. We trade Direwood, Beastcaller, and Gorgon Fanatic. Well, I guess I would have taken it rather than a Lightning Storm. That's much worse. Diplomatic Seal, I guess we'll have to hold on to. We could want to, like, scheme into something, but I don't think that's happening yet. You know, maybe we should just be levitating. We still definitely have time on our side, too. How high our life total is. Our opponent's not killing us super quickly. That's a pretty good card, though. Alright, well, they have to block Direwood Beastcaller, and if we levitate the Beastcaller, means they have to block that with Thunderstrike. And they chump block here, take 5. Seems horrible. Seems really horrible. Probably safe to ultimate here. Alright, that's not great, but it's fine. It's just a 1-for-1. Shadow Sigil. We don't know what deck that Shadow Sigil was from. Alright, Annihilate. This looks good. So we can Annihilate here. Which means we can levitate the Fanatic. I'll go for that. Oh, we draw a Beastcaller as our levitate draw. I always forget to look at the levitate draw. Alright, so we're going to see a chump block here. My opponent's going to go down to 7. And then we're going to draw some more cards. 3 more to be precise. Wisdom of Elders, Shadow Sigil, Felm Banner. Let's Wisdom first. Permafrost, Fanatic. Alright, let's play our Felm Banner. Permafrost is pretty decent. Haunting Scream on what? Filmcaster? And then they're going to ultimate it again? That's pretty funny. I appreciate that. Wait. Oops. I mean, my opponent was just conceding there, clearly, but they could have just channeled the Tempest or Beast. Oh, that was awkward. Yeah, if they just started the turn by channeling the Tempest on the Beast, they actually could have won that. I mean, it wouldn't have been great for them, but they would have had 3 more cards in hand. I don't know. They might have been able to win that game. All right, we're 2 out of 5 on this quest. Let's keep it rolling. Try to get through it. It would be even more tedious if I have to do it off stream, so just try to get it done on stream. This guy's trying to make his way up to Diamond. We are not going to let him. And this hand seems good. An Echo. Not sure what that could be. It's usually Find the Way in Constructed, but could be any number of things. Could be a Sweet Brew. We have Film Banner, not a seat, so we can't play turn 1 Twilight Raptor. Probably just play turn 2 Whispering Wind here. Turn 2 double Twilight Raptor. Seems pretty sweet. Unless my opponent just has hatchlings. If they have hatchlings, then I guess I want Whispering Wind? I don't even know. Could be a non-sweet brew, yeah. Could also just get Gorgon Swiftblade online. Might actually be the best. Alright. I don't know what they've got going on. I think it's hatchlings now. But I actually have no idea. This is the best play against hatchlings. It was Find the Way, though. Still get to, like, dump our hand next turn. And the sooner we get in with these Swift Blades, the sooner we can keep attacking with them. Because we do need to play these before Sandstorm Titan can come online, so that they can activate and be good. Sandstorm Titan kind of wrecks whatever we play here, but I'll just run these guys out. Alright, a depleted Sigil means no Sandy T. Can possibly ditch this Permafrost based off not knowing what's going to happen here.
Winds protect me.
I kind of forget how Elysian Favor works with Aegis. I think it works poorly for me. Another Whispering Wind. That's kind of cool. Opponent's going to chump block here, take 3. Kind of makes me a little bit afeared of a Lightning Storm or something. Can anybody remind me how Infiltrate works against Aegis? If you're in the comments and familiar with the interaction. Alright, yeah, that's why I played Gorgon Fanatic. To play slightly around Lightning Storm, but still want to get some guys out on the board. I feel like my Infiltrate's going to trigger, and I'm just going to lose my guy. Which I don't love, but I think that that's what's going to happen. Not lose my guy, but deactivate my Infiltrate. Alright, looks like my Infiltrate just happens and it doesn't interact with Aegis at all. That wasn't what I thought it was. Maybe it has to be an Infiltrate that actually targets them, like the 6 mana 5/5. Okay. So it's the effect that matters. Okay, so it's only on like
Safe travels.
the puppet master guy, Argenport puppet master, Argenport ringleader. Okay. Kind of want to use Whispering Wind here, so I'm just going to go tutor something up and get rid of it. I think I'm not going to use Whispering Wind anymore, though. Thank you, that Blue Pants, for that confirmation, though. I appreciate it. Alright, so we see a chump block here. That's fine. Chump blocking this Gorgon Swiftblade, I don't know. My opponent has to triple block it at some point. That's all they have to do. So, we just need to keep them from triple blocking it. I didn't notice when they got this Clockroach, but looks like they only have the 2. Yeah, we just have to keep my opponent off of 3 creatures. If they ever do get 3 creatures, we can suffocate, or not suffocate, Death Strike and kind of blow them out. For now, I think we just keep attacking, though. Almost tempted to turn Haunting Scream into a removal spell. I'm going to not, though. Just keep our mana open. Lightning Strike on a Whispering Wind. Sure. So currently we have our opponent on a 3-turn clock. They're going to continue to sacrifice guys for little to no reason. 8 mana. Is this something bad? Channel the Tempest. Face for 7. Okay. I'm going to let this Clockroach hit us. Clockroach really doesn't seem... maybe I do kill it here, actually. Just for mana efficiency? I don't know. Doesn't look like we need to. I could Haunting Scream a Whispering Wind, which lets us turn this Seed of Cunning into a potentially more relevant card. Seems a little bit silly, but now it's going to be a lot harder to activate this Haunting Scream anyways. And 1 more point of damage is all that we need with the amounts that we're swinging for here. So let's see what happens when we do this. We get a Twilight Raptor. It seems like a decent deal to me. Okay, opponent chump blocks goes down to 8. And I am going to play this Raptor before passing the turn here. Opponent just drew 3 cards last turn, so they should have some good ones. Ephemeral Wisp is a great blocker for Gorgon. And Polymorph is also a reasonable answer to a Gorgon. What else are we going to see? A Find the Way. Weird game for sure. Opponent debating whether they want to play their Sigil in the face of Ephemeral Wisp. With double Suffocate, I'm going to go ahead and run one of them out there. We get our opponent down to 3, which means with the Suffocate on another Wisp, all we have to do is get through both of these other guys. Let's see, one of them, this is going to get Lightning Struck. Yep, and then what else? Scorpion Wasp, which we can suffocate, but not in time, so we could Death Strike it. I think we want to do that. Put our opponent down to 2. Next turn we've got Feeding Time and Suffocate mana. Both being slow spells, no fast spells here, so that part's not great, but Well, they've got another sigil in their hand. What did they play? A chalice? It's fine. That removes this as a blocker. So we should just be able to kill whatever blocker they play, and they concede. Sorry, Aradol. Not today, my friend. Try to get in 2 more wins with this infiltrate deck. They're picking up now. They're picking up. We're getting there. And then we'll switch over to Vault of the Praxis. Maybe we'll be able to hit Diamond 2 within the next hour. That would be solid. What do we have here? This hand's pretty lackluster. I'm going to keep. I don't think that this hand is really any good, but... Alright, if my opponent is playing Feln Control or Feln Scar Control, then maybe this hand's okay, though. I'll just play Feln Banner. We don't need more than double influence of either color, so... Alright, looks like that is the case. We're playing against Feln Scar Control, maybe Feln Tempo. It looks like Control. So with Levitate and Haunting Scream, we can like go for Levitate, and if they just have a sorcery speed kill spell on the Beast Caller, then we get to Haunting Scream it back. It's probably not going to work out super well, but they will probably just kill it in response to Levitate. That's fine. It's not like that costs us another card. And if we draw a power off of Gorgon Fanatic, or sorry, off of Levitate, we have to draw a Sigil exactly in the next 2 draws. That lets us play Gorgon Fanatic next turn too. I think this might be our best matchup. I'm not totally sure. Huh. Well, this seems great for us. I'm just going to go Levitate. I could probably Wisdom of the Elders into a land and go for it, but that seems a little bit unnecessarily risky. Yeah, this seems great. They might have a Witch or something to put us back in our place, but for now I'm feeling good. Could just play another Bloodcaster. Alright, Permafrost on one of them. That makes sense. And Permafrost on the other one. Nope. Alright. Think we're safe to do this. Opponent's still at 25. I mean, it's not like they're just dead now. Just hurting on mana, but we've got plenty of cards to my opponent. They're going to start using Feln Bloodcasters and getting some card advantage back. Figured we'd see a Lightning Storm, but don't actually... Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, that is so brutal. Wow. let's go Wisdom. And I think I'm just going to Levitate just to put pressure on my opponent's life total. We probably won't have enough time to cast another Levitate, or we won't need it. It's really brutal to have my graveyard silenced, though. Because otherwise, we just get to Haunting Strike right back, and we're actually happy that my opponent put the cards in the graveyard. Alright, here comes an activation. We're still going to be beating my opponent on card advantage, even with these activations here. Gonna Death Strike their 3/5 as soon as possible. And gonna just try to hit them for 5 3 more times. That's the plan. Rule the world. Alright. Solid attacks by my opponent. Could play Gorgon Fanatic now, but we don't have anything to play alongside it. Like, we want to make our most mana efficient plays, but we also just need to put stuff onto the board. I don't know. I'm actually thinking Gorgon Fanatic might be good. Let's just play Levitate Death Strike next turn. Definitely want to keep hitting our land drops. Gorgon Fanatic might stop some of the attacks out of our opponent. We don't know what they drew either, but they clearly drew something that made them feel confident in turning all their dudes sideways, so to speak. Or A-spacing, as we call it in this game. Yeah, Black Sky Harbinger would be the one to do it. Well, Black Sky Harbinger is going to mean Gorgon Fanatic can't really attack without a Death Strike on that. Gorgon Swiftblade was the draw for my opponent. Now down to 9. Levitate can trade off for Harbinger. Annihilate can kill this. So let's draw 2 cards. Think so. Raptor, Permafrost. Well, we can Permafrost this. Seems like the best use of our Permafrost, yeah. And seems like we don't attack and trade a beast for a Swiftblade here. Still don't love blocking this, but our plan is to annihilate it next turn. Now that my opponent's got big enough board that I can't attack, it means that I also can't really block this. So, don't love this position, but I need the use of my graveyard, so I have to kill this steward. Alright, sweet. So now I can go Levitate here, which gets in 5 damage. I can annihilate the steward and play a Whispering Wind. I've got to annihilate steward first. Then we're going to see Death Strike on Fanatic. Yeah. Okay. Figured that might be the case. Can now Levitate Direwood Beast to get in for 7. Which means all we need to do is find one more Levitate. 4 or less. That costs 5. Means we're very close. We could Haunting Scream just for damages. I actually like that. What if we Haunting Scream just to get a 4-point damage swing on my opponent? Four because I'm going to Dark Return it, end of turn. Oh, I can't Dark Return it yet. Alright, I've got to Dark Return it next turn and then cast it. That's fine. So next turn I've got 4 plus 5 equals 9. Double Vara's favor. Oh, that puts them right up to it. Oh, okay, I see. Alright, that's still a pretty good play. I think that means we're going to hang back again. Well, Permafrost for this is pretty solid. And then let's hit my opponent for 4 in the air. Grab a 4/3 flying charge. So we have lethal, not next turn, but the turn following. I could just be using these levitates to kill these Black Sky Harbingers, but it's a little risky. My opponent activates, which means we have a window here now where my opponent just drew 2 cards. All right, Seek Power wasn't from me. Shadow Sigil was from Seek Power. And 2 mana for an Annihilate on the Beast. Then they're going to smack us for 6. So we're at 2. Gorgon Swiftblade is now not possible to be blocked. I don't love this. What do I have to find? Because if I need to find a card that costs 5, that means I have to find it with Levitate. I don't have any cards that cost 5 in the deck. But do I have to find a card that costs 3? Can I even find anything? I've got to block this. And I've got to block this. And then I've got to hit my opponent back for lethal. No, that's not even enough. I need to also chump block this. Which means I have to find something that I can cast alongside the Whispering Wind. This is 3 of my mana, so I only have 3 more mana to spend. If I scheme, that's 5 mana. I could find an Owl, but that can't win me the game. Could it win me the game on the following turn? I don't think so. No, that's not enough. Now I have to find 2 Owls off of this. Yeah, if I had schemed, I could have permafrosted and played Whispering Wind. That would have been enough. This wound up being just slightly too expensive. Good game. Yeah, I should have schemed. Would have had to chump block with Whispering Wind, permafrost the Gorgon. I go block, I chump block here. Then on my turn, what can I do? I can just play more cards and try to draw out. Alright. Where does that put us as far as this quest is concerned? I might just play this off stream. It seems a little bit tough at this rank to try to play a deck that isn't top tier. I am having fun with it, but and the games are cool, but I think I'd rather just play some Praxis Owls games. I always have Cloud of Ash in my opening hand. It's kind of insane. I'm going to mulligan and try to not have Cloud of Ash in my opening hand. Alright, looks like we got there. So we'll just play a Praxis banner here. If I draw a sigil... Alright, well I didn't, so it's a moot point. Question was, if I draw a sigil, do I play Grenadin Drone? I'm not sure I would have. Looks like I'm going to have to play it here anyways against Stone Scar. Alright, let's not play it yet. We can wait to play it turn 5. Oh, actually, we do need to play it. Yeah, so the idea here is that we actually want to play it so that we can turn on our other banners. That way we can continue to curve out, because otherwise we don't get to play Amber Acolyte on 3. Alright, a Suffocate on a Grenadin drone. Can't be too upset with that. And a Grenadin drone of their own. Sounds good. Let's play Praxis Banner and keep open Torch. Kind of just want to trade out here. Yeah, I don't see why not. Just keep our life total high, right? This turn, I think I'm just going to play Great Parliament. Sandstorm Titan is actually more important just because it's a bigger card. Maybe I take that back. Could even just play Vanquish here, to be honest. Keep our life total super high. Cloud of Ash. Yeah, I'm just going to Vanquish. Got Lightning Bolt if my opponent plays any of the Ambush 4-1 guy. So we're kind of covered against a few different threats here. Definitely want to play Great Parliament before we play Sandstorm Titan as a flag bearer of sorts. My opponent doesn't have anything else in their hand, though. Have to feel pretty good about that, right? Alright, Champion of Chaos. Let's Lightning Bolt it. Just for mana efficiency. Could have held on to Great Parliament, but I'd have to hold on to it for 3 more turns in order to really gain some traction there. And I think we're just much more likely to find ourselves wanting them to kill the Owl first. So here's the Annihilate. No. Alright, opponent says, I'm going to take 4 just in case you've got a Sandstorm Titan in hand. Then they'll Annihilate this end of turn. No, still no. And I guess they're sitting on double Lightning Bolt, or 1 Lightning Bolt rather, and hoping to draw the second one. I'm going to see a Fireball on this. Nothing. Nothing. Okay. Zen and Obelisk should be pretty good here. Puts this out of Argenport plus Bolt range. They're going to block and quick shot. There's a better way to do that. It's called attacking. That's fine. We both take a point of damage, and I've got my opponent on a 3-turn clock. The final turn with Cloud of Ash. Good game. Alright, now with an Owl that's protected, not really going to be losing this one here. My opponent would have to draw a bunch of Umbran Reapers in a row. And I think we'll be okay. Alright, actually Impending Doom is a 6/6 flyer. We got ourselves a game, boys. So my opponent goes to 8 here. What we can do is Cloud of Ash. They'll go down to 7, and then we just have to pass the turn. We can also just wait to Cloud of Ash until we have Assembly Line in play. That seems fine too. This is probably a better play. This has an Aegis, so it's not like it's really going anywhere. Yeah. Even if my opponent blocked there. Oh yeah, we also could have just drawn any land, and that would have been an insane draw too. A land actually just meant that we would win on the spot. Because we'd Cloud of Ash, and then they'd have to kill their own guy. Praise Keck, 1488. Best of luck, my friend. This hand's got a Grenadin drone and a bunch of cards that cost 4. Let's look for something with a little bit more power in it. This hand looks a little bit more powerful. 4 lands. We can cast everything in our deck. And hopefully Vault of Praxis is good against my opponent's draw. Might not be. It is a Rakano deck.
Don't drop your tools.
Well, we'll be able to kill that thing eventually. But we are going to take some hits from it first.
Safe travels, friend.
I don't know. We have turn 5 assembly line into Vanquish. That seems like a pretty good curve to me. Opponent still hasn't played any relics or hasn't found any relics. Oh, they're also sitting on 2 mana over there. Alright, well, we will definitely have enough time to vault them. I don't want to give my opponent all the time in the world. Like, we could have just started throwing out assembly lines, but it's not like that's really clocking them. And I think we clock them more by just gaining tons of card advantage here.
Rakano's weapon.
Champion of Glory as a 1/3. Well, it's still good enough, I guess. Let's assembly line, see what else we can find. Alright, Seat of Impulse. Just kick it back here. Opponent will probably hit a red mana eventually. No. So they want to trade Giant Growth for our assembly line. That seems fine. I'll take it. Our assembly line already drew us a card, so if it prevents some damage and gets the Giant Growth out of my opponent's hand, it's somewhat reasonable. Can't just play around everything forever, either. Keep drawing cards. Morrison's Disciple we have now eventually, too. That'll give us a 2/2 flyer that will force my opponent into playing a relic, at which point we can get some Vanquish value. Alright, 3 mana. Now we've got a trickier champion to deal with here. Don't really want to take too much damage. We can offer a chump block here. Are we going to see an Overwhelm? Not yet. But it is something to be mindful of. Crownwatch Deserter. That we can block fairly easily. Let's go Amber Acolyte into Justice Sigil and then play Sandstorm Titan. Trigger my Volt. Take down this guy and stabilize the board as a 5/6 monster. Alright, my opponent's clearly got some tricks up their sleeve. I think we start by blocking like this. Don't really want to block this. Let's just block like this. Yeah. I could have just blocked Sandstorm Titan on Crownwatch Deserter, maybe. Okay. Alright, they're going to get their Tink Overseer through. This is fine. I'm trading Lightning Bolts for real cards here. And I should be able to stabilize on this board state still. Don't think I want to play Volt. My opponent definitely doesn't have Vanquish now, though, right? Oh, maybe they could still.
Which would you like?
Pick a Sandcrawler, draw 2. You've got a Giant Growth? Wow. Okay. Miscalculated a little bit. I didn't think that they would have all of these 1-mana spells. I figured the time was up. And I have to take 5 damage here. But I get to play Assembly Line and draw 2 cards. So, like, now I'm just looking for owls. And owls are pretty strong. Let's go Temple Scribe to Lear's favor, actually.
It's written right here.
Vault, Desert Marshal, Morrison's Disciple. Okay. Let's play Combray Banner. Desert Marshal is pretty cool. Desert Marshal means we get to turn this into a 1/1 and just eat it up and then double block Crown Watch Deserter. Think that's where I want to go, which means I don't have to worry about this Overseer just yet. I'm going to try to beat Overseer with a 2/2 Locust, or drawing a Lightning Bolt, or Vanquish still. 4 mana, so now my opponent might have... Yeah, I think we're going to see this get bigger. Perfect. Yeah, this works out perfect. So we take 4 damage here. My opponent gets 1 Warcry trigger. Desert Marshal means we get to eat this up and double block here. So now we get to play Volt, Disciple, Vanquish.
Which would you like?
Do have to kind of worry still here a little bit. My opponent said that they were going to play Relics on turn 2. On turn 2, they're like, hey, I'm going to play some Relics. And then they have not played any. They have gotten more than a few Warcry triggers in here, though. I think they've gotten, I want to say 4, maybe just 3. But we'll find that out soon enough. These assembly lines are now drawing us 3 cards a pop. So we will get some... Alright, that's not a huge deal. We've got Sandy. We draw 4 cards every turn, and all we're trying to do is find some owls. We go Sandstorm Titan plus Amber Acolyte. That leaves us with... that's 7 mana, so we still have 4 mana. Let's just cast Assembly Line first. We might just hit like a... Stand Together or a Zen and Obelisk that we want to cast. Torch is really good too. Torch means that we can go Torch, and then if they pump, we can Vanquish. Alright, they don't have it. Let's play Zen and Obelisk. And then I believe we can actually just A-space here. We're going to see a chump block. My opponent's going to take 10, go down to 11.
Safe travels.
And then we'll just play an Amber Acolyte. This is pretty much enough to do them in. They've got to hit us for 7 damage with 4 mana and 4 cards. Not impossible. Could be Torch, Torch, Temper, but fairly unlikely. A Silence on a Disciple or on Amber Acolyte seems fine. No relics from my opponent. Let's take a quick draw 3, see what we can find. You know, no big deal. Land, Grenadin Drone, Sandy T. Sounds good. Let's A-space and then win the game. That was a sweet one. I'm not sure if we completed any quests or what our tertiary quest is that we just rolled into today. We might find out if we made any progress on it in a second. No, it looks like we didn't. I'm going to go back and just check what that quest is, just to see. Oh, play 10 cards that cost 6 or more power. Alright, well that's not going to happen with this deck at least. let's just try to get to Diamond 2. I'm going to play just a few more games here on the stream, and somewhere between 6:30 and 7 o'clock EST. I can keep this hand. We've got a Talir's Favor to put us to 7 mana, a Amber Acolyte to put us to 4 mana and give us red, and then we'll be able to cast everything else in our deck and in our hand. Sandstorm Titan pretty good if we're playing against the Infiltrate deck. Not really sure what we are playing against here, though. This might be a reasonable card in the Infiltrate deck. Just a 1/1 draw a card for some consistency. There's definitely some flex spots in the deck we were just playing. Nope. It is an Esper control deck with lots of funky stuff going on in it. Could see Scouting Party, Volt of the Paraxis. Could just be some really late game shit, but we'll see. Definitely want a Fire Sigil here. Then I think I'm just going to start running out Disciples attached to 3/3s.
Which would you like? The Found show no mercy.
Okay. Oh, it's actually just a very light splash for Ephemeral Wisp. Crazy. Okay. Shoot, this is actually going to be really strong against us right here. I guess this always just trades for a Grenadin, and likewise, regardless of how big they pump it up. And at that point, we're trying to win with something like exhaust all their guys. Alrighty. So now at the end of each of my opponent's turn, all of their creatures get +1 attack.
It's written right here.
Good shit. Alright, Owls are going to help, but not too much because my opponent's got a lot of flyers themselves. Ephemeral Wisp is pretty annoying, isn't it? Now, we don't have to block Ephemeral Wisp or Dark Wisp this turn. Really want to draw a Volt against this opponent. If we attack with Sandstorm Titan, they'll double block with these two. We kind of need to draw some more. Yeah, but it's going to be too slow now. Yeah, this is tricky. This is real tricky. Could have traded off Sandy for Black Sky Harbinger and then just played another one, but I don't love that either. I will probably need a backup Sandy in play. Another champion. Alright, this is pretty insane. I'll play another Sandy. Opponent also sitting on 31 life points. I do want to watch how much I commit to the board. Right, okay. I was going to say I kind of want to draw a Zen and Obelisk so that my team doesn't die to another Black Sky Harbinger. I think we're just passing here. Thing is, at some point, we're going to have to chump block all of their cards. I guess we can trade up. We can, like, double trades on those. So, yeah, they're never really going to have any great attacks here. Just one Seed of Wisdom randomly, and one Ephemeral Wisp. At this point now, my Sandys just trade with Ephemeral Wisps. My opponent should be attacking with Wisp, and then just playing a land post-combat. That works too. Sporefolk for a mill 5. Another champion. A Grasping at Shadows. I guess it also, they can Spore Folk down an Ephemeral Wisp. That's kind of cool. Huh. If they attack with everything, I've got 3 small blockers for the small stuff. 2 blockers for the... Yeah, they've got no good attacks. Might have to play this Morrison's Disciple like next turn, but I still have a turn to do it. I'm still hoping to draw a Vault here as well. Combra Healer not doing too much. Yeah, this guy isn't lethal, so we can take the attack from that. Yeah, I'm going to hang on to Morrison's Disciple still. Black Sky Harbinger. Let my opponent go up to 44 life points. It's going to be tricky. Could play my final Sandstorm Titan too. I'm just going to hang on to it. Yeah, that's what they should be doing. Just attack with this guy because it's totally free. I'll give you a Talir's favor. I have to block it because it is a beyond lethal Ephemeral Wisp. Then just replay a land, get it back. They don't have a land every turn, so that's the reason that they're not just doing it. But they could definitely outgrind me here. Alright, I'm going to give all my Sandstorm Titans Aegis. That's going to help me. For sure, for sure. The Aegis does get cleared by the first Black Sky Harbinger my opponent plays, but still a solid play. We'll just Aegis end of turn. Yeah, my opponent's going to have so many life points. This is a crazy game. Alright, Aegis Titans. Let's draw a Volt. Oh, Desert Marshal's great. Desert Marshal means that we don't have to continually lose guys to this every turn. I don't actually care that much, but it still seems worth doing. Like, I'm a little bit afraid that my opponent will play better cards. And I also think I might want to clear off these Divine Shields. Or Aegis Shields, rather. But this seems like as good of a play as any. I think that that means that my opponent
Think you can escape me?
has a Dark Return and is planning on using Dark Return to gain a bunch more life points and clear all of our Aegis again. It looks like not. And we've got another Stand Together even so. Alright, so now what do I need? I need a double blocker, chumps on the one things, and trade. Yeah, my opponent doesn't have any good attacks still. Could just play a Morrison's Disciple anyways. Don't hate that. We've got enough for the Vault. We might have to worry about winning the game via decking as well. I have no idea how this game is going to end. This is crazy. All right, Devour on a Dark Wisp for a draw 3. Oh, yeah, it happens. Then Dark Return on a Black Sky. Nope. Land triggering nothing. Another Champion of Cunning. That's fine. My opponent definitely has some reanimation in the deck as well. We know that aspect. Alright, Praxis Banner. Now we can finally start getting more owls. It also means that our team is bigger than our opponents. Great Parliament is 4 mana, create 2 6/6s. It's pretty good. Don't really need to cast it here, though. We do need to cast something, actually. Could just be a Combri healer.
Close your eyes. Listen.
Yeah, need to play something so that I can put double blocks on more things. And Combri healer's not the strongest card. Anyways. Alright. That is a card. That is a freaking card. Okay. Dark Wisp returning Dark Wisp. Yep. Need to kill Vara as soon as possible. I think we can maybe win through decking. We've got 10 more cards in our deck than our opponent. And as long as we can keep our board full, which will actually be tough here. But yeah, my opponent just drawing 3 time and time again. They can only do that 12 more times. Yeah, okay, okay. Let's deck them, baby. It is going to be hard. We do need to get Vara off the table for sure. And we need to find a way to allow my opponent to draw 30 more cards. What do you guys say? You willing to ride with me through this crazy adventure here? Clearly have to chump block a 47-1. Just hold up and stand together for as much as we can here. We're just not going to kill my opponent on damage ever. 1, 2, 3. I think I need some drones out there. Yeah. My opponent now with a shit ton of cards in hand, 8 cards in hand. For the first time, they're actually ahead on cards. This entire game, we've been ahead on cards from our opponent. Because they've been hitting their land drop every turn. So Vara's Favor, returning Champion of Cunning. Alright, they're going for it here. And a Dark Wisp. And then Devour that Dark Wisp. No, play an Ephemeral Wisp. Alright, well that's another card I kind of need to silence. I think they're going to beat us here. 29 turns now I'd have to wade through. Yeah, eventually my opponent's going to get to a point where they just have 12 lethal creatures, but right now I can block every single one of their creatures if they ace base. That works out pretty well for us. Alright, they're going to send in some monsters against us here. That's fine. So, this guy trades with 1. 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 And this guy trades with 1. Is there any better way to do this? I don't see it, if there is. There's no way to not lose 2 4/4s and a 5/5. Yep, those are my blocks. And where my opponent now gets to gain value is now by playing a black card. They get to just return more black cards back. Opponent up to 193 life points. Draw a card off Dark Wisp. Play a black creature. Return some more creatures. Alright, Sporefolk. Return Dark Wisp and Dark Wisp. Mill themselves for 5. Milling Wisdom, Lightning Storm. Okay. Down to 22 cards in deck, though. And I'm not worried. I still get to fill my board here. Alright, they're going to play a black unit from the void and then return 2 more black units. Sporefolk putting themselves down to 19 cards in deck. 17 cards. Can't math. Sure, they can have life points. That's fine. So are all of my opponent's creatures lethal here? No, 2 of them aren't. But I probably still want to fill my board here. That's an awkward draw for this turn. Oh, sorry, 3 of them aren't, but... Yeah, I can take a hit from Dark Wisp and Sporefolk, but those are the ones I kind of want to kill the most. I might not even have a say here, because I have to play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I need to have 10 creatures out on the board, and I can't make that many. I can only make myself have 8 creatures.
Which would you like? Which would you like?
Maybe they won't notice. I mean, an A space is like pretty risky, right? When I could have Desert Marshal, I could just wipe their whole board. Nope, they're going for it. They notice. Let's stand together. Well, now they can just do the math. They could also permafrost this again. Yep, that's what's going to happen. They still have to A space. But they see it. Good game, my friend. Let's take out their Vara and their other Vara and some of their champions here. And then this guy and this guy. And we'll take a whole bunch of damage. Cool. We'll just let them hit me for a whole bunch here then. That seems a little bit more fun. Wasn't really a close game, but sweet deck from my opponent. Down to 16 cards left in deck. I finally draw a Volt, but it's way too late into the game. I go down to negative 174. Or negative 474, I'm sorry. With my opponent at 265. That seems like a good of way as any to end the stream here. So thank you guys very much for watching. I am No Luck's Given, and if you'd like to see more of my content, feel free to hit that follow button if you haven't already. If you'd like to be also notified when I go live, but also if you'd like to see when I just crashed. Okay. Rebooting. Sorry. If you would like to see any of my past stream VODs, you can follow me on YouTube as well. The link for that is in the description of my stream below. There you can find past stream VODs as well as highlight videos, tutorials, and other things like that. I play a variety of games all in the same thing here that are all digital card games. Play a little bit of Hearthstone, Magic the Gathering Online, and Eternal. I'll probably get back into Soulforge at some point, but also some, albeit less, Duelist, Faria, and even less Elder Scrolls, Shadowverse, and Gwent, but do dabble in all of those as well. And that's pretty much it. Thank you guys very much for watching. I'm going to throw a host over to Man and Mouse, who is still streaming, probably streaming some draft here. But thank you guys very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Feel free to catch any parts that you missed up on my YouTube channel in about 30 minutes. Thanks for watching. Have a good one. Peace.
Soldier here. Oh, what is going on today? All the hosting. No luck's given. Thank you so much for the host, man. Wow, I've been on the receiving end today, and I mean that in a good way. Is Gruon versus DI? Yeah, but Gruon only delays the problem, while DI, while Argenport Soldier solves the problem. So I think I'm going to block the Sharpshooter right now, just to get the combat trick out of his hand. So our Horned Warlong can do the work. Yeah, that's the rally, we predicted it. So now we can, our Horned Warlong can do his work. And it's always a good. So yeah, now he's going wide. Oh, do we go for it, guys? Oh no, it's one more. Okay, it's one more turn. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, we need one more power here. He's going to ace base. That's pretty scary. There's the ace base. So here's another rally, most likely. Means we want to block like this. If he has another rally. Take 8 damage though, that's a lot.
10.
Take 8 now, go down to 6. We have a 5-5 left and we can at least drop. Yeah, let's go like this. Burnout, alright.
Seems great.
Well, that's not as bad. So do we rot now, guys? Do we rot here? Come on, give me the overwhelm
Loaded
units.
did.
Nope, 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 nope. Alright. So what did we make? A flying unit, Hammer of Might, Healer's Cloak. Yeah, that would have been a pretty decent card, especially the Healer's Cloak. So we take 4 more, but next time we can play 2 units. I don't think that's game just yet. We have 2 Fallout plays here. If he has any form of burn in his deck, that might be game. But not that yet. Yeah, Healer's Cloak would have been pretty amazing. We should have picked the Excavate. He doesn't have Flame Blast influence just yet. Now he has it. So we need to make sure we start swinging here. To put some counter pressure on his face. Do we want to play the power? Have we any empower units in our deck? No. Yeah, we have no form of life game left in our deck. No, we don't have Karmic Guardians. Well, we have a Brightness Paladin. Wow, that's a freaking huge maze. I think I would have killed the Tower Top Patrol here. Well, we are going to do this. Take 1. Take 1 seems fine. So what do we want to find here? That's not too scary just yet. That's a good draw. So we need to hold back. Could swing with the 1-5 flying unit, but then we don't have a good jump bouncer for the 4-4. Do we have any weapons left to buff our Brightness Paladin? I think not. But we have a Finest Hour in the deck. If we can find our Finest Hour here. Yeah, there's a torch. That's why I wanted to be as proactive as possible. If he just stayed back for the rest of the game, he would have drawn some out eventually. Yeah, if he
Hey,
just
Dad.
do any equipment, that would have been even more.
Okay.
Hmm?
I talked to my mom for the whole ride home. That was nice.
That's good.
We got into a bunch of different topics, so it was cute.
Cool.
Yeah, she never told me about Joe dying. John told me about. Remember, John told us at the soccer game. Remember the other Joe, the first Joe,
Joe Bradley?
Joe Bradley. Yeah,
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
died in February. Yeah. But so you're doing dinner tonight at Maggio's?
Yeah, that's where we were gonna go.
Okay, all right. Just you and Deanna
Me, Deanna, and Allie.
and Allie. Okay. My mom was pretty sure she thought Allie was coming. Okay. Sounds like Deanna's not talking to her mom right now, huh?
I don't know. I got like 10 phone calls from everybody today, but I'm not like everybody's trying to talk to me. And I'm like Deanna's like, hey, can you tell your dad this? And Amir's calling me, and then Chrissy's like, but I told Amir what was going on already. So like, I'm pretty sure it was Aunt Chrissy calling me from Amir's phone. But like, I already talked to Amir, so everybody should know what's going on.
Okay.
But I just, yeah. I mean, I get it, but I just don't. I can't answer all the phone
Deanna
calls.
asked me for 2 stamps. I'm going to check upstairs to see if I have any.
Okay.
I don't know if I have any.
Yeah, she called me. She's like, hey, can you get stamps from your dad? And I was like, ask my dad. I'm not gonna.
I have them at the office. If you guys, if she needs them that bad, you can go over to the office and get them.
Well, that's why I told her to ask you, because I figured, yeah, you'd have them at the office. Oh, okay. Well, she could have asked her mom too, I guess, but that wasn't happening today.
Got luck with those.
Cool.
There you go. Yeah, but one's a peel off, the other one I think is a peel off too. They're both first class stamps.
There's more stamps here.
Oh, there's more there than 2?
Yeah, there's 2 on the back stapled on.
Okay.
Or clipped on. Right? Or this
No,
is a
that's
stamp.
not. There's
Okay.
one. And there's one.
So you want to hang on to that one?
Yeah, there you go. Got 2 stamps on there. Okay. Oh, should be $1.
Okay.
I might make a little pasta. You're gonna eat that, right?
Yeah. Is it cold?
Yes, it's a little, you need a jacket, just a thin jacket, that's all you need. Yeah, it's a little chilly out.
Do you want me to bring this stamp up, or is it better just on the stairs?
What on?
Bring the stamp up, or better on the stairs?
Either way, you can put it on my desk if you want to, yeah. I would understand good times with all the lies you've been living in. I would understand.
I'm still streaming.